NextRoundLive.com.
For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
The whole conversation about the leaky roof, we missed the obvious, right?
Which is what?
His recruiting motto is always what?
Come to the SIP.
Come to the drip.
There you go.
Come to the drip.
He's just setting up the next recruiting push.
Yeah, right there at Ole Miss. Part of our show, Final Thoughts today, brought to you by Charles Barkley's company. It's Redmont Distilling.
Yeah, their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores. Pick up a bottle this Thanksgiving holiday of Redmont vodka.
Don't forget Auburn, number 13 in the country, and Bradley, 5 o'clock today as they play in Cancun. UAB, after their win yesterday, gets Georgia down in Fort Myers, I believe, is where they're playing their games. 3 o'clock, CBS Sports Network for that one. Great game today. Number 9, Arkansas and Creighton, 7 o'clock this evening. Thank you to Roman Harper, SEC Network, Ronnie Brown of the Auburn Network and the University of Auburn, Auburn University, and Clay Travis with us all earlier.
Cheney in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room says, if we want to ensure the Kiffin story breaks tomorrow, we dress up as Thanksgiving characters. I mean, that would do it. That would probably do it. Well, yeah. I mean, like.
What would be your character?
Well, I was a pilgrim earlier. I don't know if everybody got that. I was a pilgrim earlier.
I had you as a Puritan.
Or Puritan, either way. Aren't they one and the same? Weren't the pilgrims Puritans?
Sort of,
Yeah, you could be Indian. You got that in your blood, right?
Yeah.
I do have Cherokee, a little Cherokee in me.
Do you have a headdress, proper headdress?
I do not, no.
And no shirt. You would wear no shirt.
I would go no shirt, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I could go as a turkey.
Yeah, Lance could be the turkey.
I go by Len Manning Jim. These are my people.
Could you imagine that story breaking with us dressed like that?
Oh, just the close-up of Dunaway with like war paint on.
Oh, we have breaking news for the Auburn family.
That's the way we fired Brian Harsin.
I know. I remember. I was here for that, yes.
All right. Update us on a Cowan Equipment poll question from earlier. We're asking which game could be the biggest upset this weekend that could knock around and shake up a little bit of the college football playoff rankings, which will go again tonight. And some of the ones you had a choice on, Notre Dame over USC, Iowa State, maybe shocking TCU. Could it be South Carolina doing back-to-back games like they did, beating Tennessee and then doing it to Clemson? How's the vote going?
Notre Dame over USC is at 53% right now. South Carolina over Clemson at 25%. Iowa State over TCU at 13%. And A&M over LSU at 9%. I think you kind of like that A&M LSU, don't you?
At least to be close.
Yeah, I could see any of those teams pull off the upset. I really could. I mean, just based on the way the season has played out.
We were so close to chaos this past Saturday.
We really were. I mean,
Ohio State trailed in the second half. Michigan and TCU trailed in the fourth quarter.
I really thought Michigan and TCU were both going to lose. I never felt that about Ohio State.
I really didn't either, and I watched a lot of that Ohio State-Maryland game. I never thought they were going to lose, but if Illinois, I mean, this is how close we were to some chaos, maybe not complete chaos. 1 first down by Illinois. One first down.
And I go back to how conservative they were, like Puritans or Pilgrims in their play calling on that final drive. Just off tackle, off tackle, off tackle. They burned like 3 seconds of play, it seemed like.
Yeah, 1 first down for them, 1 second for TCU. If they can't get that fire drill out there, and get that kickoff, they lose that game. I mean, just those two right there would have shaken up a lot of things.
Especially when you add South Carolina to what they did to Tennessee. Fun show today. Thanks to everybody who was with us. We're back with you 9 a.m. Central Time tomorrow. Don't forget to set your alerts. We're about to record another Bama in Bourbon. And then tonight, 6 o'clock at Walk-Ons. We'll be there for Aaron Suttle's book signing, his latest book, the guy who co-hosts the Bama and Bourbon podcast up here. Walk-Ons Highway 280, 6 o'clock Central Time if you're in the area for the Aaron Suttle's book signing. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Good basketball wins from Auburn and UAB yesterday. Alabama's talking about their Thanksgiving night basketball game with Michigan State. We'll get to that a little bit later on. College football playoff rankings and the Auburn coaching search. A couple of new items there to talk about. Welcome into the Wednesday, day before Thanksgiving show. We're live now on all of our platforms. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar Forrester Lunsford, Tyler the intern, Taylor Korn, who's handling all of our social media platforms out in the command center. You can be a part of the show, as always, by phoning us in, 205-734-0923, 205-734-0923, or on all of the social media platforms at Next Round Live. Remember to give us a thumbs up, like, and subscribe wherever we are. All right, I agree with Michael. It feels like a Friday because we got so much football on slate for tomorrow and on Friday. And then, of course, rivalry weekend happening everywhere. We'll get to all that. Let's start, though, first with the college football playoff rankings. Then we'll talk Lane Kiffin. Then we'll hit basketball, all here in the first segment.
My gosh.
All in the first segment.
Can we do all that, Jim, you think?
It's the kind of show we do here. We'll start off with the fact that no surprises in the top four. Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, the latest rankings. Then comes, hold your reaction, LSU 5.
Oh, my God.
USC 6, Alabama at 7, Clemson's 8, and then you get Tennessee a little further down the line as the Volunteers come in at number 10 after Oregon. Brown, I'll start with you because you were adamant that because of what happened on the field, there's no way you put Tennessee behind LSU and Alabama.
I would not have. I would have had USC 5, Tennessee 6, LSU 7. That's the way I would have had it. I would have had Tennessee in front of LSU and Alabama with the understanding that, Lance, if LSU wins out, if they go beat Georgia, they're in my playoff. I mean, they'll jump back over Tennessee with that win. But I am, I lean on head-to-head, and when records are identical, which they are in this case, 9-2, 9-2, 9-2, Tennessee beat Alabama, and Tennessee won by 27 at LSU. 27. I'll say that again, Lance. I don't know if you watched the game.
It didn't really count, though. It was 11 a.m. And Lance doesn't think about 11 a.m. games. They don't. 11 a.m. games are like less mile overtime games.
I still watch them, though.
Yeah, you watch them, but you don't count them, though, right?
I don't. I try not to give out picks on them because for whatever reason I'm jinxed. I mean, it's been a thing going on for a long time now. I mean, what this tells me is the committee likes LSU a lot. And they're still unsure on USC.
Well, LSU is an easy play, right?
It is.
Because they're either going to lose or they're going to be SEC champions.
That's it.
Right? So if they lose, they fall away. And if they win out, they're in your playoffs. It's that easy, right? They're the free play.
Who, LSU?
LSU.
Yep, absolutely.
You don't have to worry about LSU. They take care of themselves.
But if I'm USC, I'm now worried for a couple of scenarios. If LSU beats Georgia, Georgia's still going to be in over USC.
Georgia's in.
Yeah.
Barring an upset. If they lose to Georgia Tech as 35.5-point underdogs and then lose the SEC championship
all bets are off at that point.
Then they could be out.
Yeah.
So Georgia's in, I would agree. But now if I'm USC, I'm nervous if TCU and LSU win. It comes down to Ohio State, Michigan loser, or USC if USC wins out.
Yeah, I thought last night was a good sign for the Ohio State-Michigan loser. Keeps them very much in the conversation. Yeah, I thought it was a good sign for USC, too.
Yeah, I mean, the Ohio State-Michigan loser still needs TCU and USC to they don't need LSU winning, number one. That's number one for them. And number two, they don't need TCU and USC winning out. I mean, that's potentially bad for them. So those are things that Michigan or Ohio State needs to avoid.
Yeah, the LSU thing didn't bother me because, like you guys, they're going to take care of themselves. The interesting thing was USC being 6 and Tennessee being all the way down at 10.
Yeah.
I guess when you give up 63 to South Carolina, that's what happens.
But I also think you evaluate the team you have now moving forward. So without Hendon Hooker, do you think the committee said, well, the Hendon Hooker-less Volunteers, sounds like an LT headline, the Hooker-less Volunteers
can't get up.
Can't get up, right, for the playoffs.
Right.
It does seem like
without a hooker, impossible for the Vols to get up.
It does seem like that they were taking that in consideration. What is Tennessee without Hendon Hooker?
Hooker gives a kick to the Vols.
Yeah.
Well, okay, and I'm fine with that, and I know that's part of their criteria, but can you at least wait and watch them without Hooker before you make those judgments? I mean, Joe Milton hasn't even started a game for them this year yet. He did last year. But you could have said the same thing about Ohio State. They're without their starter. Let's leave them out of the playoffs. What did that team down to their third-team quarterback do?
They beat Alabama.
They won the national championship. They didn't just beat Alabama. They won the national championship.
One and the same to me.
With their third team, with their third-team quarterback. So, I mean, I'm fine if you punish Tennessee for not having Hooker, but at least watch them before you do that. I mean, does that seem fair to you?
I think, Clay Travis brought up Joe Milton. He's fascinated to see how he plays. I think that's fair. But
I think they'll drop off too, Lance, but at least watch them before you say, nope, they're done.
Lunsford has the best headline.
Without a hooker, they're all just volunteers again.
That is pretty good.
Save it for Friday, Lunsford.
Very good, Lance.
And buy your own dry erase board. All right, so that's the college football playoff.
Okay, real quick, though, how many teams
are
are actually alive? Because I still believe Clemson is alive.
Well, I mean, they don't deserve it, and I don't want to see it, but, I mean, you can make a case for Alabama if you want to, if you want to get really freaky.
I think there's only 7 teams alive.
You don't think Alabama's one of them?
Don't.
If we want to do it right here, give me your 7 teams.
Oh, I think it's Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU, LSU, USC, and Clemson.
Yeah, and I would agree with you on those 7.
I mean, a 2-loss Alabama not playing in the SEC championship, I mean, it would take complete chaos.
Yeah, I mean,
and I don't even think there's enough chaos left on the board to make that happen. David Ubben at The Athletic paints you a very neat scenario with a TCU loss.
Well, just go ahead and give TCU 2 losses. Let them lose to Iowa State this weekend and the Big 12. Just completely eliminate them.
But if you lose the Big 12 championship game, then you're not a conference champion.
That's right. Yep.
Clemson losing another game.
Okay.
USC losing.
That's
Georgia winning out.
Yeah.
He paints that as a scenario where Alabama at that point would be seriously considered. And that's what I wanted to get to after LT tells us about our friends at Nut Dust, the perceived SEC bias by the rest of the country not in our footprint. Y'all can have the rest part of the country after LT tells us about the great folks at Nut Dust.
Yeah, and remember, Nut Dust is a great stocking stuffer. These guys have been with us a couple of years now. Nut Dust is redefining the use and feel of body powder. Nut Dust is talc-free. It's an all-natural body powder. It's great for all over the body, feet, below the belt. Available in 4 great scents, Naked, Voyager, Laddie, and Wildling. All day, every day, our friends at Nut Dust, they've got you covered. For more information, you visit officialnutdust.com. That's where you can put in these great orders. For all of the men in your life, put in that promo code TNR for 15% off that order. Again, officialnutdust.com. Great stocking stuffer.
What happened in Oxford, Mississippi yesterday, coming up in a second, but on the college football playoff rankings, the perceived SEC bias of having LSU where they are, of having Alabama where they are. What do you guys think of how other people around the country react, including our buddy Joel Klatt, to the perceived SEC bias in all of this?
Well, I mean, here's the fact. I mean, the SEC, what's the run of national championships? Of the last 15,
Well, right now there's 3 straight years, 19, 20, and 21.
But when you say probably 12 of the last 15 years, is that fair?
I don't know if that is the number.
Well, it's close.
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah,
anyway, with that said, I mean, look, it's a dominant conference.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this is what happens. Like I heard this morning, I was coming in and I heard Rick Neuheisel, and I think the guy's name's Chris Childers. And the Childers guy was like, it's obviously the committee's in love with the SEC. And then on the other hand, Neuheisel was talking about how USC is such a brand that can't be denied. The SEC is a brand that really can't be denied. But so I think they've earned their stripes on getting this kind of credibility.
Yeah, but you got Georgia, LSU. I think where everyone's really, and I don't think anybody cried foul. The fact that LSU is ahead of USC was some people crying foul, but the fact that Alabama was placed at 7, that seemed to be the one that made people's heads pop off.
Well, I mean, their losses are to number 10 and number 5 by field goal and in overtime.
Yeah, basically walk-off losses.
Yeah, walk-off losses. Now, if you want to play the other side of it, okay, well, who have they actually beaten?
Yeah.
Well, number 20 and number 23.
Yeah, their best wins are to a 3-loss Ole Miss and a 4-loss LSU, 4-loss Texas,
yeah.
all on the road.
Yeah, I mean, that's the argument on both sides. I just gave you both sides of the argument. Is, they're undefeated if they haven't lost in overtime to number 5, and if they'd hit their own field goal against number 10, but they're an undefeated team. So, I mean, I can probably argue both sides of it.
But the flip side, Penn State, their only losses are to number 2 and number 3.
That's right. Who have they beaten? Let me go look at Penn State here, because their best win, Jim, I'm going to give you Penn State's best win, is Purdue or Maryland.
It's not going to be a great win.
I mean, if Alabama played Penn State, what do you think happens?
Purdue 7-4, Maryland 6-5. I think Alabama wins the game, no matter where they play it. Happy Valley, neutral site, Tuscaloosa. Doesn't matter. Alabama plays Clemson. I mean, look, these are all toss-ups. Like if LSU played USC, I think LSU would win. If it's in Tiger Stadium, LSU would win. If it's neutral site, I don't know.
LSU and who? You said Tennessee? USC, okay.
No, I saw LSU in Tennessee. Yeah. I saw that one. So, I mean, that when you get like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all those teams are a lot alike. I don't have a problem with Alabama being where they are. I also wouldn't have a problem if you had Clemson and Oregon in front of them.
Greg does have an interesting, out of the 6 teams ranked in front of Bama, how many of those teams would be favored head-to-head matchups?
Georgia?
I think at this point only 2.
Georgia and Ohio State.
Yeah, and that would be it.
But again, and I get that, and that's fine, but when you use that as your determining factor, Alabama was favored over both Tennessee and LSU, lost both those games. Tennessee was favored by 22 over South Carolina and lost that game.
That's right.
So while that is a useful piece of information, you can't make it be your end-all be-all.
Yeah. And the Brown Bandit has shown us, you've given us 8 double-digit wins outright in 12 weeks.
Yeah. More than a touchdown. I mean, while I would appreciate you double-digit being correct, I want to be factual.
Okay, more than a touchdown. Yeah. All right, so that's the college football playoff rankings. A couple of twists to that we'll get back to later in the show. To the Lane Kiffin situation from yesterday and what went on. After I tell you about our friend Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, one of the most respected roofing contractors in the free world. That's what Greg Nelson, he and his wife have built that reputation as the owners of Storm Restoration Roofing. One of the reasons why he's so well respected, insurance companies trust him. If Greg says something's happening on the roof, sometimes they don't even look at it. They just say, you're exactly right. Here's a free roof for that person. That's the kind of reputation he has. The best warranties in the industry, A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and he'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. Listen, money's tight for everybody with inflation and everything going on in the world. Let Greg Nelson, Storm Restoration Roofing, give you that free no-cost roof inspection. All you have to do is call this number, 205-542-3531. 542-3531. It's a free no-cost roof inspection, or you can look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing. Lane Kiffin yesterday has a players-only meeting. Kiffin and the coaches and the players. Now, a lot was made of this. I assume, aren't they practicing together too?
I would hope.
They're having meetings all the time.
They got a pretty big game tomorrow.
Is this a special meeting they had yesterday?
I mean, can't you just take a knee on the field?
Yeah, everybody take a knee, take a helmet off.
Helmet off.
Everybody put it in here. I mean, but it's made out like this is some special meeting yesterday where Lane Kiffin tells the players that he is focused on Mississippi State and that reports of him accepting another job is false. Now, when he is saying this, he can be focused on Mississippi State, and technically he has not accepted another job yet. But what do you know right now?
I still think that this is done and that Lane Kiffin is going to be the Auburn head coach. I don't know what the timing is going to look like. I know what Auburn wants the timing to look like, but I also know that you're going to have a jilted lover in Ole Miss, and they're not going to be inclined to keep this quiet while Auburn is preparing for the Iron Bowl and playing the Iron Bowl and giving Carnell Williams his moment in the spotlight, as he, a lot of people at Auburn think is deserved to have.
So a little tit for tat maybe. This leaked out on our rivalry weekend. We may let this leak out from our side. Yes.
Yeah. So I wouldn't anticipate this remaining quiet until Sunday, which is, I think, what Auburn would prefer happen. But I still anticipate that sometime over this weekend, you will know that Lane Kiffin is the head coach at Auburn. All signs, especially in Oxford, point at this thing being done. And this is what we talked about yesterday, these uncomfortable conversations. He'll have to survive over the next 24 to 48 hours. And that was one of them yesterday when he's in a players' meeting.
This is beyond cryptic. I mean, it's obvious now. Like, I was kind of back and forth. I couldn't decide which way. I mean, 1 minute, Lane's taking a shot at his own facilities. Then he's throwing this reporter under the bus. basically telling him RIP to his career.
Yep.
And if you're going to do that, why are you going to take the Auburn job? But now when you come out and you tell your team that I haven't accepted another offer, all you've got to do is say, look, I'm going to be your head coach next year.
Yep, he's left the door open. I mean, if I'm a player and I walk out of that room, I'm like, well, I'm about to play my last game for Lane Kiffin.
He's gone.
Yeah, I mean, if he stands in front of me and doesn't say, hey, guys, listen, I am committed to you. I didn't come here not to win a championship. We're going to win this championship together. I leave that room thinking this guy may be with me. But when he stands in front of the team and says, look, I haven't accepted an offer.
And what's he saying to the administration right now? And back to a point that I think you made yesterday, Brown, if they don't want him to coach in this game.
Well, I thought about that, Lance. And I reached out to people we respect in this industry. And I started thinking about that last night. Like, that is a bold move by Keith Carter, right? That probably gets his fans fired up and gets him some goodwill. But really, I mean, the devil would be in the details in this. But without a agreed separation, they pretty much have to exercise their buyout to do that. And that's going to be a steep buyout.
Because there's no offsetting language, probably.
Well, probably not. But even still, if there is, you're probably going to pay something out of pocket to make him not coach that game. Now, you could go to him and say, we're going to make this really uncomfortable. If you want to fight through this, here comes the discomfort. And he might say, I don't want this to be a mess. I'll step aside right now. Yeah. So there's a chance that could happen. But if you just legitimately wanted to tell Lane Kiffin, okay, if you're not with us, you're not coaching our team, you probably have to exercise a buyout to do that.
But here's the flip side of this, right? It's a rivalry game. It's bragging rights. It's one of the more interesting rivalry games of the weekend as far as just competition on the field. It could go either way. Mississippi State could win the game. Ole Miss could win the game. It's a free pass for the Ole Miss folks, right? Because if they win the game, they win the game. If they lose the game, Lane Kiffin can always be the scapegoat.
Yep.
It can always be the scapegoat.
But at the same time, that game's really important. And I made this point the other day when the possibility was he wouldn't coach in this game. How fired up do you think this team would get for an interim coach? You saw it with Cadillac.
They would, but the flip side of that is, if you step back, Lance, and look at it instead of from a micro, from a macro, the flip side of this is who's going to, if they get run out of the stadium by State, who's going to look worse, Ole Miss or Lane Kiffin?
Lane Kiffin, because
it's going to be back-to-back games when he's negotiating his way out of Oxford that they've gotten run out of the stadium.
Yeah.
So if I'm Keith Carter, I'm not taking – Ole Miss is not taking – the mud here Lane Kiffin is.
That was my point there. Either we win the game,
that's right,
or it's Lane Kiffin's fault.
That's right. So yeah, if I'm Keith Carter, I'll probably step back and take a deep breath and say, well, I would like to kick the guy to the curb if he's not going to be my coach. He's really the one, if we get run out of the stadium, he's going to be the one that looks bad, not my program.
Yeah.
And then I start with a fresh page on Friday. I go find my next coach, and we move on, and he moves on, and we see him every year, but that's it.
It will be interesting to see what the Ole Miss folks say about Lane Kiffin after he takes the Auburn job.
Oh, they're going to hate him.
But what publicly is said about him, right? Because
you're talking about what the administration would say.
Yeah, what some of the dirt could come out if he has done anything at Oxford, because we hear things in Tuscaloosa, right, but he didn't leave Alabama technically on bad terms.
Yeah,
he wasn't the head coach.
He was asked to leave.
They will say all the right stuff up front, and then you'll start to hear stories that are leaked out.
Yeah, they'll leak some stuff out. Yeah, whatever skeletons there are. Yeah.
It'll be interesting. Way to Wellness wants to keep your blood pressure, your cholesterol in check. Listen, most of you guys who are watching me right now and you start to get 35 plus, you start thinking about my blood pressure, my doctor's saying, hey, we need to watch those numbers, or maybe you need to lose a few pounds. What about these cholesterol numbers over here? Way to Wellness can help you with all of those numbers. It's not just about weight loss. It's about eating healthier, getting in better shape, getting those numbers under control. Leslie and her board-certified team members can help you with a program that can get all of that in line, maybe even get you off that blood pressure medication over time. Check out everything Way to Wellness has to offer right now. Go to aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's the website. Free consultation, no contract, no sign-up fees. There's no out-of-pocket money there. You take a look. Either you like it or you don't like it. Leslie, her board-certified team standing by. Aplanforme.com, Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. Basketball last night, Auburn, 56% shooting from the field. And they go out there, hit 47% of their three-pointers, and they beat Bradley 85-64. That was one of your locks yesterday.
It was, yeah.
We had Auburn.
We had Auburn minus 12.5, and, it was while we were at walk-ons last night, I was like, man, this thing is back and forth between 12 and 20. They got up as much as 26 at one point. They always controlled the game. It was just funny. It bounced around the number a little bit in the second half, but then they fully took control. And, this Auburn team just hasn't come all the way together.
Yeah.
But, the 45 they scored in the first half was the most they've scored in a half this year.
That's what I was going to say. You watch this team. I thought last night was Auburn's best rhythm and spacing offensively that they've had all season long. So they looked really good with that. But you've got a lot of new parts. So much of last year's team went through Jabari Smith and Walker Kessler, and now those two guys aren't there. You're still learning who's going to be the playmakers. I tell you, Wendell Green Jr. has been pretty consistent on an every-night basis. He was big again last night with Johnny Broome. A big win for UAB over Georgia yesterday. Last time UAB beat an SEC team was 2010 against Arkansas, and they get some shots every now and then.
Yeah.
So first time since 2010 that UAB has beaten an SEC team, and they took Georgia to the woodshed 87-73, and Jelly Walker threw 30 points in there last night. He's third in the nation in scoring right now.
I was going to say, if they continue to win, they're going to be a ranked team, obviously. But is there a potential that Jelly Walker is one of these guys that becomes a first or second team All-American if he continues to score like this?
Would you stop there? Could he be in the Naismith running? I think you normally need a big, and I hate to say this about UAB, I don't mean this as a slight, but it's normally a Kansas, North Carolina type player that's in there. Could Jelly contend for this, you think?
Well, just think John Morant and what he was at Murray State. Can Jelly Walker be that group of five must-see player every time they play?
Yeah, look, I think he's definitely going to be on the Naismith watch. I just think it's interesting, night in, night out, that guy leads them in scoring, and he's completely dominant.
Yeah, I was going to try to find this tweet. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to find it. I think it's the John Rothstein guy that loves him some college basketball, man, CBS Sports. And he said on Selection Sunday, there is going to be a high seed coach go to bed sick at his stomach because Jelly Walker's in his region.
That's exactly right. That is big-time stuff right there.
Yeah, it really is when you start to think about it. I wish I could find the exact tweet, but that's essentially what he said, is there's going to be a high seed that sees UAB pop up in that region and knows they've got to defend Jelly Walker.
Before LT tells us about Odie's, here's your schedule. Look ahead today. Auburn and Northwestern, CBS Sports Network, 7:30 in basketball tonight. If you didn't see Arkansas and Creighton last night, I told you during the show yesterday, watch Arkansas and Creighton. It was going to be a great basketball game, and it was a great basketball game. Creighton ends up winning at 90-87. My SEC glasses did not like the officiating in that one. I thought Arkansas got screwed over on so many fouls late in that game.
It was such a good game, and I had Arkansas plus 1.5, and those last two free throws from Trey Alexander, that was the difference. But
did you watch it? Did you see what I was talking about? I thought Arkansas got jobbed on. Arkansas plays such physical defense.
They're a lot more physical than Creighton. Creighton's all about offense, and that ends up winning out last night. But 10 lead changes. The game was tied 10 times in the second half. That was a March-like game.
Yeah, and I think Arkansas has Final Four-like talent, and maybe Creighton can make a deep run too. But it was a fun basketball game. If you're looking for a fun one today, sort of on that level, give me a little LSU Kansas State 6:30 today. Two unbeaten teams. That'll be a fun game for you guys if you want to watch that. I think it's on FloJo or Flow Sports or
FloJo. Florence Griffith's.
Yeah. Show it on her stomach.
It's on Flow something today. I don't know what it is. I'm sure it's a streaming service. All right, that's our basketball. That's our college football playoff. That's our Lane Kiffin Auburn Search Watch to get us going today. A lot to get to in the show. Part of it being brought to you by Odie's.
Rockstar, it's Wednesday night.
That is trivia and music there, Lance.
Yeah, look, a lot of people, you've got family and friends in town. Come out, join us tonight. Get there early, eat some great food from Rodney Davis. It's one of the most fun nights. To me, it's the best night of trivia of the year. And after we do trivia, Rockstar is going to be on the main stage performing some music for you, getting you ready for Thanksgiving. So come see us tonight. It's a Birmingham institution. We're going to have some Bud Light specials. I'm going to be giving some Bud Light out. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight. Woo. So come join us at Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
I meant to tease ahead to this with one of my great hang-around teases, but I'll do it this way. I'll do it this way. LT's about to tell you about Hemphill. After that, what becomes the most important name in the Auburn coaching search after Hemphill?
Wow, what a tease.
When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. It has happened to almost every single one of us in the last year. First call we always make to our friends at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill. They want to not only wish you a happy Thanksgiving, but anytime something goes wrong, they can fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Our friends at Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
All right. Listen, let's go ahead and assume Lane Kiffin's the new coach at Auburn at some point after the Egg Bowl on Thursday night.
Okay.
Imagine the battle at this point for one guy. And I know initially you guys are going to say he is untouchable, and I say that is not the case. The name is Jeremy Pruitt. Jeremy Pruitt becomes a battle between, I think, Auburn and Alabama.
Wait a minute, Alabama's got Pete Golding.
On who gets Jeremy Pruitt's service. Could Jeremy Pruitt be one of those analysts, much like we've seen this year with Gary Patterson at Texas, where he just sits there and does tremendous game planning and he's not on the sidelines? That could make it look a little easier to the NCAA folks. They've, maybe a show cause coming for Jeremy Pruitt from his time at head coach at Tennessee. But if you go ahead and hire the guy, before the NCAA sanctions come down and there's a show cause, you've already hired him at this point. And now you go and say, well, look, we've got this, and this in line. And remember, Lane Kiffin and Jeremy Pruitt are buddies. So if Alabama's not interested, Lane Kiffin with Jeremy Pruitt as his DC at Auburn becomes a fascinating scenario if you're an Auburn fan.
It would be interesting. I know a lot of Alabama fans, and I didn't realize this sentiment was out there until recently, that say the best defensive coordinator in the Nick Saban era is Jeremy Pruitt. Do you feel that way? Because I would have thought most people would say Kirby Smart.
I would go Kirby Smart and then Jeremy Pruitt.
Yeah, I think you got to go Kirby Smart.
I know a lot of people that go Jeremy Pruitt, though.
People love the way Pruitt was maybe a little bit more aggressive than Kirby was.
Yeah.
On the blitz packages and such.
Yeah, I mean, when it was Kirby, you felt like Nick Saban's own son was, it was like a Ferentz issue where you had Kirk Ferentz and his son, except this son was doing a good job, not a crappy job.
It's kind of splitting hairs, though. I mean, all of their defenses were dominant.
Well, I mean, Ivy and Landmine Believer, it was 100% Pruitt. He is 100%.
A lot of people talk about third and Kirby and fourth and Kirby, that on third and fourth and long,
he wouldn't bring the house.
It was easy to pick up because he would play less aggressive defensively.
Yep.
Protect the sticks, don't rush the quarterback. The old saying is you either storm the fort or protect it. You can't do both, really. And it seemed like Kirby would protect the fort rather than storm the fort, right? So that's a criticism he used to get at Alabama, right or wrong. But I've heard a lot of people say with Pruitt floating around out there, boy, I'd love to bring him back to Alabama. He's my favorite coordinator of the Saban era.
Yeah, I wonder how untouchable he is, though.
Well, I mean, to me, first of all, he is a aggressive recruiter.
Well, if he can't be on the road recruiting, that's a huge issue.
It is.
I don't know if that'll be the case.
But is it enough for you not to have him?
I'd hate to be a man down recruiting.
And can you say to the NCAA or to Greg Sankey, if Greg Sankey is one of those guys who would step in and say, listen, this guy cannot be in our conference while Tennessee is dealing with this, whatever the Hugh Freeze rule was or anybody else. I don't know how much Greg Sankey can get involved and say you can't hire this guy. But if you're wanting him to be the DC at Auburn with Lane Kiffin, or if you want him to be DC or an analyst in Tuscaloosa, can you tell the NCAA, can you tell Greg Sankey, look, what happened in Tennessee was Jeremy Pruitt without our compliance setup. Jeremy Pruitt inside our compliance setup works. It worked for years. You never had a problem. Jeremy Pruitt inside as an assistant coach at Georgia, at Florida State, was never a problem. It's when Jeremy Pruitt was loose in the wild that became the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Get back in your cage.
Now, back here under our leadership, and this is the same thing, not in Tuscaloosa. You could make the same case with Lane at Auburn if Lane wants to make him DC.
Could you?
Well, I mean, it's not going to sound the same coming from Lane about Jeremy not being in the wild.
It's a different line tamer.
Yeah. But the fact that Jeremy Pruitt never had any problems as an assistant coach at Florida State, Georgia, and Alabama, only had it as a head coach at Tennessee. Yeah. Now, I know, I'm not naive. People are going to say, Jim, where do you think he learned how to recruit? Listen, I hear you, but I'm making a case to get him back coaching in Tuscaloosa or Auburn. I think Jeremy Pruitt's a fascinating name in this.
It's weird where we draw lines in society. Luke makes a great point in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. It'd be pretty ridiculous if they don't let Pruitt coach for doing something now legal, but DJ Durkin has coached at 2 SEC schools and he killed a kid.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a weird line to draw. Like, yeah, we're cool with Durkin.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I don't think Durkin should be out of coaching. He made a huge mistake, but should that have sentenced him to not coaching the rest of his life? I don't know.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you're going to keep Pruitt out or Hugh Freeze out and you let Durkin in, that does seem to be a weird place to draw lines.
Yeah. So let's make that a Cowan Equipment poll question.
Which one would you?
If you're an Alabama or Auburn fan, are you okay with Jeremy Pruitt being back on your coaching staff? Yes or no?
All right. Taylor will put that out.
And it's brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Yeah, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet. For sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
The rumor for a lot of Auburn fans is that Kiffin is going to be able to pull Will Muschamp from Georgia, who is co-defensive coordinator at Georgia.
Will Muschamp played at Georgia, though, right?
He did. I mean, I'm just telling you that's the rumor. I'm not saying I think it is likely or unlikely, or I'm not reporting it. I'm just saying I think that is the rumor, is that they think they could pull Will Muschamp. That Sexton will get involved there.
And Auburn wants the Will Muschamp experience again. If you're an Auburn fan, do you?
Well, I think Will Muschamp defensive coordinator.
Make that another poll question. Auburn fans, would you want the Will Muschamp experience again as DC? Yes or no?
Well, I think that has been good. As Will Muschamp as a head coach, that's the experience nobody wants. I think Will Muschamp defensive coordinator, everybody signs up for.
Yeah, all interesting questions there. Scott from Millbrook is with us. 205-734-0923. Scott, good morning.
Good morning. How y'all doing?
Awesome, Scott. You good?
Oh, doing pretty good out here running the roads today.
I hear you, buddy.
So let me make sure I heard this right the other day. Dunaway, are you betting testicles now instead of
No. Maggie keeps those in her purse. There's no way I can bet those. It is Lance that is betting testicles, and he is down one. He's down one.
Yeah.
He literally has to do a double or nothing here pretty soon.
Yeah, well, Lance, you wanna bet that right testicle that Kiffin does not come to Auburn?
Look, I can't get in the head of the headspace of Lane Kiffin. I lean that he comes to Auburn now based on the fact that he told his team, I have not taken a job yet, when he could have easily said, I am staying in Oxford. He didn't do it, but I would bet nothing on Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, my opinion, I think it's all smoke and mirrors, and I think he's just playing games and, of course, trying to get more money and all that better stuff. But I think personally he's going to turn it down, and I think Hugh Freeze is going to get offered the job. And, of course, he'll jump all over it. He'll take it. Be stupid not to.
Hugh Freeze, you may question whether or not Kiffin would take it. Hugh Freeze would he would coach the Iron Bowl. I mean, if they were like, Hugh, we want you. We're done with Carnell. We want you to coach the Iron Bowl. He'd be there Saturday.
Yeah, you don't have to pay me. I'll be there.
I don't know the playbook. I don't know anything, but I'll coach the game. Absolutely.
Yeah. Right, but I still think there's a possibility of going after Baylor's.
Dave Aranda. Yeah, Dave Aranda has been mentioned. It has not been his best year, but he's coming off a Big Ten championship and. Yeah, Big 12, championship, and he was close to having a huge upset Saturday.
Yeah, Maggie has texted me, Scott, and she says if I want to bet the left one, I'm willing to do that for that. Lane is the coach at Auburn. I just needed another laugh for you. Charleston, one of our great female listeners, says, I love this guy's laugh. You have a great laugh.
Yep.
I guess. So one other thing. How much money am I going to have to put towards trying to get Verno back on with y'all? I got a few dollars I can spare.
Lance, you're closer to him than any of us. Can we cross that bridge again? Listen, a lot of people think Verno big timed us. It really wasn't that. It was
scheduling became a problem.
Scheduling, especially when we moved to mornings. That was really, really tough.
Well, and he's got a podcast. He does a live show.
Yeah.
He's working for the Grizz Live, so he's doing pre and post for those guys. He's got 2 kids now.
Right. The 2 kids have gotten to an age where they're not,
and they're active. I mean, his little man's playing every sport you can imagine. So it's just, it's tough.
We'll circle.
Too much on his plate.
Yeah, he does. We'll circle back. It may not be weekly, but maybe we can get Verno on, semi-regularly to talk with us. We'll try. I'll make that. We'll make that effort.
Good deal. Well, hey, y'all have a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, buddy.
That brings up an interesting question, the testicle bets. Why do we always bet the left one, Rockstar? Are we betting that one because it's more valuable, or do we consider the right one more valuable?
Well, I think it's probably what
your dominant, the left one.
It's your dominant hand.
Yeah, I guess. But then sometimes ones, they vary in size. From this book I'm reading.
No, tell me more.
Yeah.
Now, how do you know this
book I'm reading?
Have you investigated?
What is this masterpiece that you're reading right now?
I'm going to send y'all
You're close on masterpiece there.
I'm going to send y'all a couple pictures I took. I'll do it in a group text. Y'all just tell me.
Not the one with Taylor in it, by the way. Taylor's in one of our group texts. I had to censor myself on a response earlier this week when I remembered that.
Is that another poll question we need to send out? Do we consider the left or the right one more valuable?
I think they're equal.
Yeah.
And you don't have to put any obscene words in there. Just say, do we consider the left one or the right one more valuable? Phrase it just like that, and then put left or right. That's another great poll question right there. When we come back, more college football discussion. If you want to jump on the phone lines like Scott did there, 205-734-0923. A lot to get to still to come on the show, but a lot to get to in life for your son or daughter. How about the University of Montevallo? Great place for them to go to school is Montevallo, right there in central Alabama. NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports. Montevallo.edu. Schedule an in-person tour. Check out 21 sports. Maybe you want to continue your high school athletic career. Small class sizes so your son or daughter can really excel in the classroom. Check it out, Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. And all the big games, you can bet on them too with our friends at MyBookie, MyBookie.ag. More basketball tonight. This is the first time since way back when we don't have football tonight.
That's right.
But, of course, it returns tomorrow with a ton of NFL games and the Egg Bowl.
And MyBookie.ag has a no-strings bonus that lets you cash in and cash out quick. You use promo code NEXTROUND when you sign up free. Deposit of $50 or more gives you $200 of cash, up to $200 cash instantly at MyBookie.ag. Usually this bonus is simple. You bet your deposit amount once, and you can cash out. No strings attached with MyBookie. So hammer this MyBookie.ag bonus. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag. That is MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND for this special bonus. $50 or more, you could receive up to $200 in cash. You can bet instantly. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And, of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
For one of Birmingham's best beer selections since 2016, come check out our friends at the Beer Hog. With 64 local, regional, and international craft beers on tap, there is something for everyone. Plenty of TVs to watch all the games while you enjoy some of their fresh-baked pizzas and delicious appetizers. The Beer Hog also has wines on tap and a full bar with great signature cocktails. Don't forget about the large selection of packaged beer and growlers to go. Follow us on Facebook or just stop by the Beer Hog located 2408 Pelham Parkway.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor. For more than 40 years, Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear has been providing you and your family the best in Western wear. From boots to apparel, this family-owned business has it all. Jack's carries such name brands as Dan Post, Justin, Twisted X, and now has the only area shop within a shop in the state of Alabama. Visit Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear every Monday through Saturday. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman. Just look for the big red building and follow Jack's Western and Outdoor Wear on Facebook and Twitter.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Hey, all of you are shopping right now, and we tell you about a lot of our great sponsors as well. But if you just want to give the gift of our show to people who like our show, or maybe just spread the love of our show, you can do that in our store.
Pritch Law earlier in the chat, the Vulcan Tire chat, says the bill on my hat is perfect. So thank you, Pritch Law. I'll work hard on it. You can get this hat, Lance's hat, Dunaway's hat, all the Next Round gear at nextround.store, nextround.store. For Black Friday, this whole week and weekend, buy one, get one 50% off. Nextround.store, buy one, get 50% off on your next item. Also, free shipping on orders more than $80 when you use the code SHIP. So that's right there at nextround.store.
So 50%, you said?
Buy one, get one 50% off, and free shipping over $80.
That's fantastic right there. It's a wonderful, easy way to put something under the tree this Christmas season. 10th anniversary today of the butt fumble.
Oh, holy crap, that's been 10 years?
10 years already.
I said it yesterday. I don't know why 6 years. Oh, we were talking about my college career. How quick time goes now.
I remember where I was in Anniston for that one at my parents' house for Thanksgiving. That was a Thursday night Thanksgiving game, right?
I think it was. Yeah. 10-year anniversary of Mark Sanchez's butt fumble. Dr. B making the hair on LT's head stand up these days.
Oh, wow. I thought you were going to do a butt fumble. Transition with that.
Again,
I reeled it in, Brown.
Dr. Beckenstein, went to see him for the first time like 6-7 months ago and just got that second hair analysis done. The hair's 14% thicker already. Still pretty early in my treatment. Just started the second phase. Already have significant growth. Dr. B, the best in the business. Dr. B pioneered the use of NeoGraft hair restoration in Alabama and remains at the forefront of hair preservation in the Southeast. For more information, t3hair.net. I've got a buddy call me again yesterday. He's wanting to go see Dr. B and get that consultation. Get the free consultation today. Dr. Beckenstein, a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures for more than 20 years for women and men. Again, make the call today, 205-319-0316. Make sure you tell Dr. Beckenstein the Next Round sent you. For more information, you can always go online, t3hair.net. That's t3hair.net.
Can I go hot take here?
Hot take. Do you have an open?
You ready? No, we don't have the open anymore. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
You work on it.
Too much time. We'll get a new hot take open. Best Thanksgiving Thursday of football we've ever had.
Oh, the NFL is fantastic tomorrow.
The college game's the Egg Bowl. I mean, how intriguing is that?
But you also have Buffalo and Detroit. I mean, that's two really good offenses.
And the Lions have won 3 straight right now.
Giants and
hot take.
Giants and Cowboys in the afternoon game. I mean, that's, battling for the division lead there and keeping up with the Eagles. And then Patriots and Vikings is in prime time.
Now, the Vikings last Sunday was one of the most shocking decisions I've ever seen in an NFL game.
Well, when you go from
the way Dallas ran them out
an
of the
incredible
stadium.
game where you shouldn't have won in Buffalo, to losing at home by 37,
get run out of your own place by Dallas. So that's stunning. But still, I'm talking, man, top to bottom. This is a great Thursday of football,
and still the Egg Bowl too, which is always entertaining. Love the Egg Bowl on Thursday night. So there's 4 good football games, and then 3 or 4 football games as well.
Oh, I forgot about the football. Big upset earlier today. We were watching in the office before we came on.
And Hall & Oates is right. Alabama, Michigan State. Oates and Izzo right after the Egg Bowl tomorrow night, 9:30 on ESPN, right after the Egg Bowl.
What a night. What a night.
I mean, my goodness.
Well, that's a late night. We got to be up Friday morning.
Well, we do.
I may not sleep. Pull
an all-nighter. I mean, that is a fantastic day of football. There are a lot of yawners on Thanksgiving, but the intrigue in this Egg Bowl, it was going to be a good game either way, I think. But the intrigue in it, whether Lane Kiffin is staying at Ole Miss and that leaks out before the game, whatever reaction that would get from Ole Miss fans now, or he's going and that has leaked out. I mean, whichever one is the case, that's a good day.
J. Perry, I've got your question there. Later in the show, I'm going to give Lance some time to work on it. Will you just, for fun, will you throw out an NFL teaser, 3-team teaser for the viewers?
Yeah, I can do that, but I was thinking this morning, it's funny, there's a great college one. Remember, I was giving you college ones for like 6 or 7.
I got a good college
teaser.
You
stopped doing them.
Yeah.
Can we do that one?
Look, y'all forgot to ask me.
I did forget. I forgot.
It works both ways.
Yeah. Some gifts and blessings in life are bestowed upon you. I didn't know I had to ask for them.
Wow.
But we'll do that later on. Work on that. Your reaction to the Will Muschamp, Jeremy Pruitt conversation we were having in just a second, right after Brownie tells us about our friends at Greystone Chiropractic.
Yeah, and Element Wellness is right there under the same roof as Greystone Chiropractic. Great things like IV vitamin therapy, cryotherapy, infrared sauna, red light therapy, holistic nutrition consulting, basically making you feel better, look better, heal better. It's all right there at Element Wellness. ElementWellness.me, ElementWellness.me, Greystone Chiropractic under the same roof, Tattersall Park, 280-119.
Will Muschamp, Auburn fans, are you ready for the Will Muschamp experience again? Lane's Emoji Dakota writes in, hell yeah, dude. Dude is money on drawing up defensive schemes and gets every bit of talent out of guys out there. So that's his reaction.
I'd have to go back and look at his year to year. And I'm not prepared to do that right now, but
I think it's pretty good.
I don't remember just a really bad or disappointing defense he ever had. Does one jump out to you?
No.
Now, not as a head coach. Now, as a head coach, he was a failure. But I'm talking about as a defensive coordinator. I just can't remember a time where I'm like, that was not a real good Will Muschamp defense.
Then we asked the question, because I brought up Jeremy Pruitt becomes a fascinating character in the Lane Kiffin to Auburn scenario. Can Jeremy Pruitt be the DC with Lane Kiffin at Auburn? Does Alabama want Jeremy Pruitt back? Can they all get it done before the NCAA throws down a sanction on Jeremy Pruitt, a show cause? That's a fascinating name to watch. We asked, if you're an Alabama or Auburn fan, would you be okay with Jeremy Pruitt being on the staff? Josh not only would be okay with it, he takes it a step further. Josh says, can we sign him today? Heck, I'll give up my spot at the table tomorrow if we can get him back.
He
today.
can raise my kids.
Josh is a Alabama fan, it looks like there. So that some reaction to the conversation we were having.
If Lane does get this job and hires Muschamp, and Alabama, for whatever reason, Golding moves on or Saban reassigns Golding or whatever the case is, and Alabama gets Pruitt, you would have Saban and Pruitt in this situation, in this scenario, Kiffin and Muschamp. How fun would that be in this state?
It would be really fun.
awesome.
That'd be pretty remarkable, wouldn't it?
Yeah. People are bringing up Brian Kelly's incident on the filming scaffolding there.
Yeah.
And some of the past there. Interesting.
Well, that's in tying into the DJ Durkin conversation. Yeah, I mean, Kelly had a poor kid die under his watch, too.
Yeah. Michelson look ahead time. Here's what's coming up on the show. Tom Luginbill in the next segment. We'll talk about all the games on the field with the Lugs coming up at the 10 a.m. Central start of hour number 2. That's in the next segment. John Parker Wilson joins us via phone today at 11 o'clock Central time to talk about the Crimson Tide trip into the Iron Bowl at home this weekend. Todd Fuhrman starts the final hour with us at 12 Central today. Fuhrman with all the games. He joins us from Vegas to talk about some of the big plays. And Bryant Vincent, head coach down at UAB, at 12:35 on the show to talk about the Blazers trying to get bowl eligible against Law Tech this weekend. Bryant Vincent with us at 12:35. That's our Michelson look ahead coming up.
Hey, how about the gift of sight this holiday season? If you've been wearing the contacts or the eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. Find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the phone call that I made 2 decades ago, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You have 0 to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, conveniently located UAB Highlands. Again, I went in over 20 years ago, had the 20/200 vision, was legally blind without the aid of contacts. After the procedure, which only took 12 minutes for both eyes, 2015 vision better than 2020. Make the call that I made, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
One of my favorite segments for a long, long time, since Luginbill used to join Brown and me back on AM 690. Lugs is next. Later in the show, how I think the Cleveland Browns are acting like high school football coaches back in the day. I'll explain that all coming up, too, right here on the next round.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's. Holiday gift cards are now here. The perfect Christmas gift. For every $40 you spend in gift cards, you'll receive a free value basket. Pick up a Culver's gift card at the Culver's location nearest you.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531 or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
All the coaches I talk to believe you win championships in all 3 phases of the game. And the same is true with my friends at Wayne's with pest protection, termite protection, and lawn care. The website is callwaynes.com. Remember the promo code TNR for big savings. With the cold weather coming, the pests will be trying to break through your defense and come inside. You can save $60 right now off of Smart Pest by using that promo code TNR. So go online to callwaynes.com or call the phone number 866-WAYNES1 and remember the promo code TNR.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or AlfaRomeoUSAofBirmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, you know why we're here. The football season is back! Woo! And since that's too amazing to miss a single second's worth, Pepsi is officially giving you permission to always put football first. Like, maybe those in-laws are back in town. Well, better hope they're football fans because your Sunday is completely booked. Long story short, crack open a Pepsi and don't let anything get between you and your football watching. With love, Pepsi, made for football watching. That's what I like.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner, and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Tom Luginbill standing by in just a second. A quick headline brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap LT. Getting those gutters capped, very crucial to your home security.
Yeah, hey, leaves are still falling out there. The last thing you want to do on a weekend or a holiday is get the dangerous ladder out. You get on that roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Gutter Cap is a patent aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters. It will keep debris out, eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Right now, 45% off the retail price. Call my good friend Chris Stewart today, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com. Cap it and don't snap it.
Lane Kiffin watch continues for Auburn fans. Egg Bowls tomorrow night. Georgia, Ohio State, Michigan, TCU in the college football playoffs. LSU is 5th, USC 6th, Alabama is 7th there. Trey Sanders is in the portal, according to reports, one-time number one running back in 2019. Auburn wins in basketball yesterday. They play Northwestern today at 7:30. UAB beat Georgia. And one developing story in the NFL.
Yeah, Adam Schefter of ESPN reporting that the Jets team players were just told that Zach Wilson will not be their starter against the Bears. That's according to Adam Schefter. So those of you that play fantasy and have Zach Wilson as your quarterback, if you've got Zach Wilson as your fantasy quarterback, you're probably out of it anyway. Yep. But he is not starting this weekend.
I've got Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, and Dak Prescott, and I'm already out of it.
If you got Zach Wilson, you weren't even in it. Tom Luginbill with us now, courtesy of ATIX, AAATix.com. Iron Bowl tickets. One of the tougher tickets of the year right there at ATIX, 822-7382. What is up, Lugs? How are you?
Well, I'm great, guys, and happy Thanksgiving. I hope you three turkeys are doing well. I got to go back to Lance's read of the gutter promo. I mean, that was dark, Lance. I mean, you get on your roof, you slip, you fall, you die. I mean, Holy smokes. I mean, if you ever needed a gutter blocked, I mean, that's the reason to get one.
I just want to tell you how dangerous it is. Like, if you go back and you look at, like, just numbers throughout society of how many people die falling off a roof cleaning their gutters, it's crazy.
Well, I mean, that's the less athletic portion of the population, obviously.
Oh, I'm sure you would land on your feet, right?
Oh, yeah. By the way, hey, Brownie, what's up with the tree shirt?
Stanford, I got this when we were out for Alabama Clemson. at
Santa Clara.
Santa Clara.
Okay.
We visited the Stanford campus because we were staying fairly close to it, and I just got this in a bookstore, and it's a very comfortable long-sleeve T-shirt. I have no attachment to Stanford.
Stanford's like the West Coast campus of Texas A&M. Everything's painted tan.
I was so disappointed,
So
Luke.
disappointed.
Dunaway was with me, and I'd always envisioned the Stanford campus looking one way, and boy, it is ugly. Yeah, it's bad. I did not like it at all. All right.
We got a lot of games on the field, Luginbill, to talk about. Let's talk. I mean, you've been around coaching searches and everything before. On the field, Mississippi State and Ole Miss is a good game without all the circus going on. How does it impact the game? Who do you like, Mississippi State and Ole Miss?
Well, I think it's really important that Ole Miss getting Zach Evans back. It looks like they're going to have that 1-2 punch that made that offense so lethal for really 3/4 of the season. And now everything doesn't fall on the shoulders of Quinshon Judkins or the quarterback either. And so I think this is about limiting the offensive possessions for Mississippi State. I mean, you look at that game last week versus Arkansas. I mean, you rush for over 400 yards. You have 700 yards of total offense, and you don't even come close to winning the game. You have 2 touchdowns called back due to penalties. You commit, I think it was 12 penalties overall. In order for Mississippi State to win this game, they're going to have some balance with Will Rogers in the passing game, and they're going to have enough possessions to do it. The way Ole Miss limits that is by continuing the trend to run the football, eliminate the penalties. And if you do that, I think that on the field, Ole Miss is the better team.
Does A&M have any shot this weekend against LSU?
No, I don't believe so. I just don't think that offensively they can function to the level that they will need to function. And I think LSU's tasting it a little bit right now. I think they've got a vision of what's out there, what could be out there in front of them, very, very aware of how important this week is before you ever even start to look to Atlanta. They're playing really good football in the month of November, which is what we're all hoping to do, right? As a coach or a team, you want to spike and peak at the right time. I think we'll see much of the same from Texas A&M that we've seen all year long.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented by ATIX 822-7382 for your Iron Bowl tickets. There at ATIX 822-7382. Ohio State and Michigan are playing, and Blake Corum's health becomes a massive story in this game. Normally, the one carry in the second half after the injury, I would just chalk it up to Jim Harbaugh being Jim Harbaugh and playing mind games, but they needed everything to win that game. So clearly he was not 100% in that second half.
No, he wasn't. And I think the health of the running back room on the other side of the field at Ohio State's very important too. I think the concern for Michigan is they have not been able to create explosive plays. So when Corum goes down, they don't have a complement to that. They haven't been able to just drive the ball vertically, create 20, 30, 40-yard plays that result in points. And then defensively, I think the thing about last year's contest was that Michigan physically whipped Ohio State. But they were able to do it because they could rush the passer with 4, drop 8. They could affect the quarterback without having to bring pressure. I don't know if this Michigan defensive front is built the same way. And so what you've got to guard against is, let's just say you have Blake Corum on offense and you kind of are what you are if you're Michigan. But defensively, you've got to get C.J. Stroud off schedule, off platform. And if you can't do it with just a 4-man rush like they were a year ago, now you're going to have to put yourself in some one-on-one situations in the defensive secondary, and that's where Ohio State has advantages with their weapons. And so I think there's a really salty taste in the mouth of Ohio State's football team off of what happened last year. I like this game being one of those down into the last 2 possession type of scenarios. But if you don't have a full, healthy Blake Corum at Michigan, what's the answer for them offensively? Because they have not been able to come up with a complement to that all year long.
I'm interested. We'll get back to some games on the field in a second, but there's a possibility of Auburn and Lane Kiffin, him building a coaching staff. Jeremy Pruitt's out there, and I know the NCAA and everything, but if a coaching staff could get Jeremy Pruitt on there, what does Jeremy Pruitt bring as a defensive coordinator? Forget being a head coach. If he could be back in Tuscaloosa or down at Auburn with Kiffin or Saban, what do you think of Jeremy Pruitt, the defensive coordinator, and what makes him so good if you see him that way?
Well, what's made him so good in the past is at Alabama, Florida State, and Georgia, they had better players than everybody else. I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, honestly, how do you build up to earn a spot, to earn the next job? It's by having good players, in many instances, great players. And so now all of a sudden you're a great coach. But I think where Jeremy Pruitt's obviously been successful, he's been, successful as a recruiter. And that's something that is really important in this Auburn search right now, really important to the future of Auburn, because we've seen in the past that you're capable of luring top-level talent to the Plains. That top-level talent, in turn, has played for, 2 national championships in the last 15 years, won one. So it can be done, but it is about recruiting. And, if this discussion is about Lane Kiffin, Lane knows as well as anybody in this conference, the makeup of the conference, that it's going to begin and end with recruiting. I mean, that's we can talk X's and O's all we want. We can talk about, preparing a football team each and every week. But if you're taking the field and you don't have the horses in the stable to run the race, then you're going to be extremely limited. And Lane knows that as well as anybody.
Luginbill, we continue to doubt each and every week TCU and USC, and both continue to survive. Do you think one, both, or none run the table here?
I think both are really, really capable. I'm a little bit worried about SC against Notre Dame this week. That one scares me a little bit. TCU, the thing that I like about TCU is they haven't been in any type of game where there's an environment that they haven't encountered, right? They've been riding the lightning the whole entire season. I said on my SiriusXM show on Sunday, what would they do if they got up 35-0? Like, I feel like they'd be looking. What do we do? Wait, hold on a second. We don't have to run our field goal team out there. Wait a minute. We don't have to get a 4th and 2 stop twice. I don't know what they do, right? And so this is who they are. And what do coaches always say? We have to win on the road, and we have to win one-possession games. That's what they do. Now, I think Iowa State's a bigger challenge than people think, because it's the best defense in the Big 12. They just haven't been able to put it together offensively. And then, of course, Kansas State's a big challenge. The problem with SC, and the difference between SC and TCU is far more of a complete football team in all 3 phases. SC is Caleb Williams. You take Caleb Williams off SC's roster, they are a 5-6 football team. That's how bad they are on defense. And it's getting clouded and it's getting masked because of this guy wearing an S on his chest every single week. And I don't know if you guys are paying attention. If you're not, you need to start. If he doesn't win the Heisman Trophy, I think Drake May blew it against Georgia Tech last week. I still think he should go to New York. But you take Caleb Williams off of that USC team and you see what happens. And so SC is going to have an opportunity with Notre Dame and then a ranked Oregon or maybe a ranked Washington in the Pac-12 championship game. I think the way the season's playing out wouldn't surprise me if both end up coming out unscathed. Yes. But the way the season's playing out, somebody could get tripped up, as we've seen each and every week.
ESPN's Tom Luginbill with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com. They are clearing out the 22s to make room for the 23s. Means you save. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. Always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. He is presented each week by 8Tix, 822-7382 for 8Tix, 822-7382. Let's talk Iron Bowl. You can get those tickets for the Iron Bowl there at 8Tix. If you're at the game and you're watching this game, this seems oversimplistic. But Robbie Ashford in his last 3 games under Carnell Williams has not completed double-digit passes. What stops defenses, Lukes, from just committing every possible player to the run, playing straight man and saying until he beats me 2 or 3 times, I'm not going to respect the pass game? Nothing stops you from doing it. 0 stops you.
Listen, I think the thing that you got to be careful of if you're going to take that approach, and Alabama's got the players to take that approach, is it's difficult to play man across the board, all right, play cover 0, cover 1, and account for quarterback run. That's the thing you've got to be able to do, because if you're going to have to stop the quarterback run as a compliment, you're not worried. You're daring Auburn to throw the football. You're essentially saying, Robbie Ashford, we don't think you're good enough to throw the ball into a tight window versus press coverage down the field and win more often than not. Not only do they think that he's not capable of doing it, they don't think Auburn's skill is capable of separating and running away. And I wouldn't either. I mean, last week, they were 9 of 20 through the air as a group of quarterbacks. I mean, they're so one-dimensional. But listen, it's a rivalry game. Cadillac Williams has held that thing together. I think the kids will play hard for him. But they need a couple of good things to happen to them. And guys, as I said to you for years, and it's really bored out to be true this year, hasn't it? If you're going to beat Alabama and you don't have the same personnel, what has to happen? They need to help you. And Alabama has helped an awful lot of opponents this year. And it's also cost them. And so who knows? Will we see a clean Alabama go out there and take care of business, not be heavily penalized, not be undisciplined, protect the football? If we do, they're going to run away with this thing. If they help Auburn and let them linger, then maybe we have a heck of a football game in the second half.
Moving forward, Luginbill, what do you think Nick Saban, how do you think he attacks the portal? Because you look at USC, and I read this morning, their production from the transfer portal, and you've probably seen this, is crazy. 96% of their passing yards from the portal, 88% of their rushing yards from the portal, 76% of their receiving yards from the portal. I mean, you can flip a roster immediately.
You can. The problem in what you just referenced there, the problem is it's none of the guys you just referenced for SC right there play a snap on defense. And so, yes, you can turn it around. You can wave the magic wand. You can improve. And you're right, Jordan Addison, Mario Williams, Travis Dye, obviously he's down and out for the season for SC. If you're Alabama in the transfer portal, and I still firmly believe this, you fish the transfer portal if you're absolutely convinced there is somebody in there that is head and shoulders better than what you currently have. And you're not often going to find a lot of those guys when you're one of the top 3 or 4 rosters in college football. The vast majority of college football teams can find 10, 12, 15 players. Ole Miss did it last year with 17 guys that they felt were better than what they currently had. And they were right because it transformed their roster. So if you're Alabama, you're going to look for that next Jameson Williams, right? You might look for another lockdown tall corner that might be out there that you think can help you. But I don't think you just do it for the sake of doing it. Like, I don't disagree with Dabo Swinney's take on the transfer portal. I think you still build and establish depth through the high school ranks. You're still going to get the elite level player. But if there's something out there that you're convinced makes you better, then you go attack it. You're Alabama. You've got a tremendous opportunity to land that guy. But I understand this push to say, we got to be more active in the transfer portal. We got to be more active in the transfer portal. But you also got to then ask yourself the question, why is the guy in the transfer portal? Could it be that he wasn't good enough to play at the place he was already at? Could it be that he's a problem? All right. Could it be that he's a journeyman? Could it be that he doesn't want to compete? You got to ask those questions too. So it's not as black and white as everybody thinks it is.
All right, ESPN's Tom Luginbill, 2 quick questions. Which game do you have this weekend? I've missed this.
So 2 weeks ago, I got assigned to what we thought was going to be an 11-1 North Carolina versus a 9-2 NC State.
Ouch.
And both of those teams decided to not comply with our requests. Nevertheless, got a good one on ABC at 3:30 on Friday. It allows me to be home actually on Thanksgiving, which is extremely rare, and I get to drive to the game. So I'm excited about that.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's a great defense in NC State and a great offense in North Carolina, but NC State's riddled with injuries, man. They have been
they're on their 4th QB. We might see their 3rd. We're hoping that he's healthy enough, the freshman and MJ Morris. Hey, Lance, you watching any shows, pal?
Yeah, I'm watching Tulsa King. We talked about it. And
Awesome.
I told these guys, and you brought this up, the comedic element with Sly Stallone in this is so good. And I think episode 2 is even better than episode 1. But I told these two, they've got to watch it.
I've never seen Stallone like this ever before. It's so good. And even it's a deviation from Taylor Sheridan on his other projects.
Yeah,
you know?
I agree. And boy, and Stallone, man, at 75 is still ripped.
Looks great. Ripped up. And he's so good in that role. I
agree with you. He is ripped. There's no way he'd be in the Baseball Hall of Fame, though.
But I'll tell you, after you go, Luginbill, I've got one that is my favorite right now. Dunaway is watching.
Okay, so I just got onto this 1899 on Netflix.
I've seen it.
You have?
Rockstar has.
We are 2 episodes in.
Rockstar, you like it? Are you kind of intrigued? I'm only 2 episodes in.
We're 2 episodes in. I like it. It reminds me. Did you ever watch the first season of The Terror on AMC?
I did not, but I watched Dark, and Dark
Yes.
is the same people that are making this.
Correct. The problem is there's 50,000 different languages, so you have to really focus. It'll say somebody's talking in Danish, somebody's talking in German, somebody's talking
It's
in
called
Spanish.
subtitles, bro.
I have it on subtitles, but the thing is, it's just so there's so much to follow. Like, because that's the only thing, and it's very creepy and everything. But it's good so far. Two episodes in.
I came across it. I'll try it out. But White Lotus is right there with Tulsa.
Is it good?
King, right? Oh, it's great. It's great.
Okay, good. Yeah, I've been putting it off, so I might check that out. I almost got in my hot tub this morning because it's finally cold enough here. I might do your show from the hot tub next week.
Please do that. We beg you to do that.
What do you think? Next Wednesday, hot tub.
Yes, Luke.
Let's do it. We'll keep the bubbles to a minimum.
We don't care. Just be in the hot tub, Luke's. All right, that is ESPN's Tom Luginbill. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family, Luke's. We'll see you next week.
Same to you guys. Always enjoyed. Have a great weekend. Happy Thanksgiving.
All right, buddy. You too. Luginbill on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline as presented by ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382 for your Iron Bowl tickets. Was talking to Steve yesterday. They're looking at the weather there, but they got tickets there at the Iron Bowl. For the Iron Bowl, so you get those at ATIX, AAATix.com. Luke's was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Paul says, great show, $18.99. Daniel says, we just started $18.99 last night, same as you, Rockstar. It is wild.
It is. It was also really cool. There's an upside-down pyramid, and you have to look at there's like these symbols. Everybody has upside-down pyramids. I don't know if it's like a...
Is it sci-fi?
Yeah, it's kind of like almost teleportation. It's interesting, but you don't know yet.
But Nancy likes it.
Yeah, well, it's hard to watch with a kid, so we'll get like 10 minutes in, then we're like, hey, we got to finish it tomorrow.
So don't watch on an edible, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
That's a hard no for Rockstar. Yes.
Cue up Cut 14, Mike Leach, Rockstar. LT is going to tell us about our friends at Simpio here, one of the great companies that can help your company be better.
Our friends at Simpio, it was one of the first calls we made here at the Next Round because we have no idea about the 4 pillars they take care of, and that is compliance, HR, payroll, and benefits. When your company joins Simpio, you gain access to healthcare and employee benefits at prices only the large organizations get. On average, Simpio is saving companies of all sizes and industries over 18% net of their fees. You can join Simpio any time of year, no annual contract. With that being said, they've got a 99% retention rate. Call Blake and the guys today, 205-635-7467 or online, Simpio.com.
50s and rain in the forecast for the Egg Bowl tomorrow night. Mike Leach on bad weather. A little tip to the Stanford tree shirt that Brown is wearing. Here we go.
Is it almost an advantage to have a weather situation where perhaps it negates some of the home field advantage? Maybe a lot of people don't want to go sit in the rain in 40-degree weather.
That might. I hadn't really thought about it. It might. There's a point to where noise is noise, and if your communication's sharp, it doesn't always matter who's making the noise. Once you can communicate in it, noise in and of itself is fun and exciting. Because, just a gloomy, quiet sort of. That's no fun either. I remember playing at Stanford. That was like playing in a practice gym sometimes. Some guy would make a bad play. I'd just yell across the field. I just scream at it. The guy at Stanford sideline, he knew what I was saying. He knew what I thought about the receiver's route. You'd even see the Stanford coaching, they go, of course, they're doing the same thing, But, you like a little noise, a little juice, a little action. If you're at home, they tend to yell when you want them to rather than when you don't, though.
So strange. He's the type of guy that'll walk up to Kiffin at midfield before the game and say, so you taking the Auburn job?
Yeah. Or he'll walk up and say, so you're watching 1899?
Yeah, you never really know
what you're going to get with him right there.
Do you know you're going to hit the age? I think how old is Leach?
I would say I would say close to 60.
He's hit the age where when you're on a microphone, you just don't care anymore. You just like you get it to there is a point where you just don't care anymore.
Yep.
I'm going to clear my throat. I'm not even going to make an effort to move away.
I think based on looking at Leach over the last couple of years,
there's a lot of things he hasn't cared about in a while. Yes.
EVH93 asked the question that I asked as well. How much longer does he have at State?
I don't know. I saw something. I don't know if you guys were on the text thread yesterday, but there is a report out there that Leach does not like NIL at all.
That's a problem.
Yeah, and that it might be sooner than later that he might tap it out.
Yeah, if you've got a new, young, energetic guy coming into Ole Miss who is all about the NIL,
These guys like a Leach, I could see this guy coach high school football somewhere.
I could, but, a win tomorrow night. 8-4, 4-4 in conference, and an Egg Bowl win. I know I won't tell it to him, but Lance from Mississippi State.
Yeah.
No, that's a solid season.
Yeah. He doesn't have an Egg Bowl win against a coach who's not leaving.
Well, I mean, so what? Does the trophy come to Starkville? Does the trophy come to Starkville?
Think about this. The only records in the SEC West that would be better would be LSU and Alabama, right? Yeah.
At that point, yeah. Well, you'd have the same record as Ole Miss, but you'd hold the head-to-head. Yeah.
Yeah. El Tigre, Esquire, says Leach will finish off his career in a non-Power 5 job. The guy is making a ton of money. He doesn't spend money. He's going to go to his house at Key West one day.
He seems like a guy like, Rockstar kind of gave us a list of things that Nicolas Cage has spent money on. I could see Leach do that.
A suit of armor.
Oh, he's going to be pirate stuff, related. Like he's got the
treasure
chest.
Yeah. Yeah. A sword.
He swings down on it has a plank in his bedroom.
Yeah. That's a new meaning to walking the plank at that point, right?
Oh, my.
When we come back, we will hear what some of the Ole Miss players are saying about the distraction of Lane Kiffin and Auburn, that discussion. A little sound getting you ready for the Iron Bowl coming up as well. Part of our show being brought to you first by the great folks at Ghost Energy Drinks. If you're looking for that extra pick-me-up any day, Ghost Energy. We have a new shipment. Look for this logo whenever you buy your energy drinks. We have a new shipment back there. Brown is going to try today.
I tried it yesterday. It was fantastic.
Yeah, the citrus flavored one. Yep. It is like an energy drink that tastes like one of our great Diet Mountain Dews.
Yep, it was terrific. Drink every bit of it.
By far my favorite flavor of the Ghost Energy drink, so you can get that as well. Show also being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports. Injuries are a big part of what we're seeing in the games. Alabama expects to have Jahmyr Gibbs back. They expect to have Cameron Latu, Eli Ricks available, all the people available for the Iron Bowl that didn't play this past week. By the way, for LSU, they didn't play with Butte or Josh Williams against UAB. Played a great game without those guys against UAB. They're expected to back against Texas A&M.
Hey, 'tis the season to make your plans to get moving in 2023. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. They encourage you to start out 2023 with less pain and schedule any elective orthopedic procedures you've been putting off. Make an appointment. Start saving today. PrecisionSportsOrtho.com/providers.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
This is your home. You want a brighter future and a community that's united by action and commitment. And united starts with you. We are United Way. And for almost 100 years, we have served people from all walks of life. That's our united commitment. United starts with you. Give to United Way of Central Alabama.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Is that the sound of an ooey gooey cheesy crunchy slice of P-I-Z-Z-A? Obviously, but as good as that sounds, we think it can get even better. Oh yeah, that's the sound of a freshly opened fizz-filled Pepsi. The only thing that can take this flavor medley of crunchy dough, mouth-watering cheese, and savory sauce to the next level. How about another bite? Pepsi and pizza sound like a match made in heaven and taste even better. Pizza, better with Pepsi. That's what I like.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day, your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Back with you on the next round as we continue on today. Brown's got a NFL fact for you in just a second, but I want to show you, before Brown gives you that fact, why I believe the Cleveland Browns are high school coaches. This is our next round tequila video of the day, because it looks like somebody was high on a little tequila drink and coaching the Cleveland Browns. Remember when your high school coach used to get you ready for a rivalry game by, hanging somebody in effigy, a little stuffed mascot in effigy, or putting your mascot, image in a coffin.
Yeah, coffin at midfield. Yeah, night before the game.
Or the old, they trenched our field.
Yep.
Well, this weekend,
salted our field.
Weekend, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are playing in Cleveland, and this happened. This is an NFL stadium. Forster's got the video here. Somebody trenched the Cleveland Browns field, and they're having to repair it. A car broke through the gate, got on the field, and did donuts.
I bet I know who it was.
I'm guessing Baker. He lives there.
He had the keys.
Took a wrong turn.
Yeah, it was Baker Mayfield.
Yeah,
Baker Mayfield did it?
Yeah, he's tried to turn right out of the garage, turn left. He ends up on the field.
I think it's the Cleveland Browns coaches that did this. They're going in there. Those Buccaneers, they came and trenched our field. Were we going to stand for this?
It's like the Pirates of old.
Coach, I don't care. I still get paid.
The best was Best at Times. Really cheesy movie, but funny. Ron Shelton wrote it. Kurt Russell and Robin Williams. At halftime when he goes in and throws the paint all over all the stuff. And they come out so pissed off.
That is the next round Maestro Dobel Diamante Tequila rivalry pep talk video of the day. Brought to you by the Dobel Diamante blend. European oak barrels, double filtered to remove color while producing a crystal clear spirit of character and smoothness. Crystal and clear in appearance, smooth and crisp on the finish. Maestro Dobel, the perfect tequila for sipping or mixing. Brownie, you've got an observation you would like to make about the National Football League.
Well, I look at the TV assignments each week to know if and the only reason I do this, and I've started tweeting them out because people like that, I guess. I try to share. The only reason I do it is to know if I'm watching the Dolphins on Sunday Ticket or on CBS 42. The reason that's important to me is because if I'm late getting home from church, it's easier for me to watch the game when they're not on CBS 42 because I just use the Sunday Ticket app. When it's on the local CBS, there's more hoops you have to jump through. So that's the only reason I look at this. Miami and Houston, and the last time I looked, Lance, Miami's a 12.5-point favorite, which is massive in the NFL. Miami-Houston in Miami is your Birmingham CBS 42 early game. They are bypassing Cincinnati, Tennessee. So Miami has officially become a Dolphins market, or Birmingham has officially become a Dolphins market now.
Yeah, 1-8-1 Texans. You guys are up to a 13-point.
13-point favorite. That's massive in the NFL.
The Texans should never be a local broadcast game anywhere outside of Houston.
Yep. So Birmingham, welcome to the Dolphins family. I've been here a while. You've missed a lot of pain. You're getting some good games now. You've missed a lot of pain on this.
But you're a Dolphins fan because this is the way it used to
be, right?
It
is very. It is very much like my childhood, Lance. When first of all, this would have been Dolphins Oilers, but the Dolphins were the only Southern AFC team, and they were on in Birmingham every week. It's what made me a Dolphins fan. You're right.
Don Criqui and
Bob Trumpy
almost every week.
I am really surprised Bengals Titans is not your game.
It's on the if you're listening to us in Huntsville, in the Tennessee Valley, that's who you're getting.
Yeah. And that, Birmingham, the station we used to work for was a Titans radio network station. So, I mean, Birmingham was sort of tried to become a Titans town.
Even worse. And I think the last time we were this big of a dog was in 2016. Rams at Chiefs is your national Fox game at 325. And the Rams are a 14.5 point
It's going to be a beat
underdog.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and tell you, the Rams, I think, and I'll have to go look at the video because I didn't write it down. I think it's just the Rams that are going to cost me the NFL stake bet.
Oh, wow.
Who would have ever thought that would be the one?
Look what you did to them.
I know. It's a great landmine, Jim.
I broke the Rams. Yeah. All right, let's get into some sound. First, cut number 11 rock star, J.J. Pegues, one-time Auburn player, now playing at Ole Miss. He gets asked this week about the distraction of the Lane Kiffin to Auburn, his old school rumor. Here's J.J. Pegues, how he answered that.
J.J. Lane has told us a couple of times he doesn't discuss coaching search stuff with you guys. Obviously, y'all read what's going on out there and see what's on the internet. Do y'all talk about it amongst yourselves? What is the vibe like? What's the conversation like?
No, we don't. We really don't try to pay much attention to it, but just pay attention to our next opponent, because that's the biggest thing. Like, the coaches put everything into us, and we want to give back what they put in. So we just really don't worry about the media or anything like that. We just focus on the next opponent.
Now, this was before the Chris Lowe ESPN reported meeting yesterday. So this happened before this meeting took place earlier in the week. At some point, as hard as you try, it's got to be a distraction for you on twofold. One, if it's my last game for Ole Miss, my last meaningful game before a bowl game, then, it's important to me. I want to win this game against Mississippi State. It's a rivalry game. If I don't have a easy transfer left in my pocket, if I'm one of 17 people who just transferred here, I came to the SIP for you. And now you're talking about leaving? And I got time left to play? And then even if I'm the young star, Quinshon Judkins, and anybody else like that, I'm thinking about, Lane's going to Auburn. Maybe I'm going to Auburn,
well,
too.
He's at least got a free transfer, though. I mean, Jackson Dart.
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
Is there's three different factions.
That's right.
One, it's my last game.
Yep.
I'm Ole Miss till I die, and I want to win this rivalry game, and all this crap's going on.
And I may or may not go to the NFL. This may be the best it ever gets for me.
Or I'm one of 17 people that have transferred in. I came here for you.
Yeah.
And then I'm the guy who I'm a star on this team, and I got a free transfer. Am I going with you? All those three things are distractions with all this going on.
There's no doubt they are. And then you've got assistant coaches. And this is true for Auburn, too, by the way. Assistant coaches at Auburn that are wondering, what's my future hold? This could be the last time I coach at Auburn. Where am I going? If you're an Ole Miss assistant, am I going with Lane?
Yeah.
Am I not going to be invited to go with Lane? Will the next coach keep me?
Lane, I brought you coffee this morning.
Well, again,
Lane, I got a biscuit. Brought you one too, buddy.
I think this is one of the reasons that the number went from Ole Miss 5.5 to Ole Miss 2.5.
Yeah, I don't think there's any
because
doubt.
of the distractions. Because you heard Luginbill say there, Zach Evans is healthy and is going to play. So you're even getting a main part of the offense back, and the number is still dropping.
If last week's result was a reaction to Lane Kiffin not being focused, what will this week's result on a short week be?
Yes.
I mean, you had a short week already for this.
With a lot of time he spent on social media. Now to the rivalry game in Tuscaloosa, Auburn and Alabama, the Iron Bowl. Alabama Power bringing us this sound, brought to you by the great folks
Alabama Power reminds you that some of the popular ways to pay work there, too. Convenient options like Amazon Pay, Apple Pay, Google Pay, PayPal, and Venmo. Easy, secure, and reliable. All you need is an online account. Visit alabamapower.com/myaccount to get started.
You guys would say the fact that this is not in Jordan-Hare Stadium makes it feel like less of an upset possibilty, right?
Absolutely, 100%. Yep.
But Derek Hall remembers last year's game. And they felt like that's one that's going to haunt them for the rest of their lives. Here's Derek Hall.
Coming off a game like that where you feel like you let one slip away and have another opportunity to go out, and me personally, be my last college football game ever, and to go out and have an opportunity to play in a place that you haven't won since 2010 and go out with a football team like this, and you have Cardinal Williams as your head coach. I mean, what better position would you want to be in at this moment? So, it's going to be a great game, great atmosphere, great environment, and we're going to have an opportunity to go out and win a football game. So you can't ask for more than that.
Honestly, if you'll remember back at that game, the series of downs before the Tank Bigsby runs out of bounds. So they pick up a first down, as I remember, 4th and short. They go for it. It goes to review. They hold it up. I thought the game was over then. I thought that ended the game. In fact, I've joked with him since. Greg Sankey had to step aside to take a call about something, came back. I said, the measurement showed first down, this one's over. And he's like, okay, good to see you, man. Hope your family's doing well. I said, you too, Greg. Of course, one of the greatest comebacks and greatest drives in Alabama history happened.
Way to call it.
Yeah, I know.
Remember what was it, the XFL that had, the original XFL that had, they didn't do coin tosses. They rolled the ball down there, and whoever could get it.
I think it was this. You stayed at a point, and you both ran for it. And
they
tried
did.
To get for
and
it.
a guy got hurt like he was out for the season early on that one deal.
I would love to see
So
that.
dumb.
That decides the coin toss on Saturday between Derek Hall and this guy, Will Anderson.
Oh, my gosh.
That would be a classic. Will Anderson remembers last year's game, too, and what he's learned about the rivalry.
What have you learned about this Iron Bowl rivalry and what it means around here?
Since I've been here as a freshman, even during the COVID season and everything like this, this is one of the biggest games. This is one of the games that people it means something. And Coach Saban always says you remember about what you do in this game. If no fans or anybody else remember any other game you play in, they're always going to remember the Auburn game. So, it means a lot to a lot of people in this town. It should mean a lot to you.
Yeah, it should mean a lot to you, too. And, for a guy who publicly says, I try to treat every game differently, there's Will Anderson letting you know, Nick Saban says, the people around here remember what you do in this game.
This one matters.
In this game.
Yeah.
Right here. Iron Bowl 2:30 on Saturday. Updated forecast? You got an updated forecast?
I saw the guy, I don't know his name, and I apologize, Scott may know his name. He's a meteorologist over in Tuscaloosa, had no rain for the game. I don't know where Span is right now.
It never rains in Bryant. What about our friend Stephanie Walker? Do we have?
I don't know where she is. I mean, I can check with any of these people if you'd like for me to check with them.
I'm seeing 80% rain and a high of 62, a low of 53.
Yeah, that's what I got.
During the kick time?
Well, no, that's just for the day.
That's for the day.
I'll get an updated forecast for the next.
Get an updated forecast. When we come back, Rockstar's viewing menu and a lot more college football, including our spotlight today in our next segment, where we will give you not just a sneaky good game, we will give you the 3 best rivalry games of the weekend that we're looking forward to personally, not for whatever reason, and one sneaky good game. All that's coming up in the next segment on the show that's being brought to you today by our friends at MyBookie. A lot of games to bet on this holiday weekend. MyBookie.ag can get you there.
And if you use code NEXTROUND, you get a bonus. On a deposit of $50 or more, you can receive up to $200 in cash. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag, code NEXTROUND to claim that bonus. There's no strings attached. Using this bonus is very, very simple. Bet your deposit amount once, and you're ready to cash out. No strings attached. MyBookie.ag. So hammer it this weekend at MyBookie.ag. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Don't forget the big games start tomorrow. 3 NFL games and a big Egg Bowl. MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND. MyBookie.ag. Code NEXTROUND.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Holly Mack Wilson is not your normal Keller Williams agent. With too many certifications to count, she is now in the top 2% of all Western Alabama real estate agents. That means she's more qualified to help you buy or sell a home, better trained in negotiating the best deal possible, and now can help you buy or sell a home anywhere in Alabama. From Huntsville to Gulf Shores or anywhere in between, call Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or visit hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, an anywhere in Alabama realtor.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Rockstar's viewing menu in just a second.
I do have a forecast.
You got a forecast update?
Mm-hmm.
See, hold that for a second.
All right.
Can you, on Lane Kiffin, this is the side of Lane I really like. Forrester, can you give me the text thread that he tweeted last night? Knox is his son. I don't know how old Knox is now, about 11, 12?
Probably.
Knox has got the number of a quarterback, Will Rogers. He's got Will Rogers' cell number. Knox texting Will Rogers. After the game, want to give your towel, please? And Will Rogers writes back, I got you, bro. And Lane tweets out last night, Knox talking to the enemy, West Coast kid at Ole Miss football. So
I would ask for a jersey, the towel.
A towel, yeah.
Well, maybe he's got a towel collection he started.
Actually, I bet Knox. So, I mean, Kiffin was there in 9. That's when Knox was born.
Yeah, he was named after Knoxville.
Yeah, so probably 13.
Yeah,
so maybe even 13. He does. It's you're all in on Lane. It's open book. You got the dog. You got Knox there, the family. Auburn could be having that whole entertainment package coming their way after the Egg Bowl tomorrow night. The show being brought to you in part by our friends at Backyard Adventure, quality 100% cedar play sets in your backyard with lifetime warranties. What more could a kid ask for from great parents like you? Be that great parent and make some great memories with your kid right now. Go to this website, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com. Whether you're watching in Birmingham, Atlanta, or anywhere else, the Next Round wants to help you out. You go to that one website, you can find a location near you, backyardalabama.com, backyardalabama.com, or you can call 205-408-4FUN, 205-408-4FUN. The alley-oop trampolines, the goal setter basketball goals, and, of course, the Backyard Adventure playgrounds. They do landscaping, maintenance programs. They set it up, take it down, move it, whatever you need, backyardalabama.com. Forecast official.
Yeah, this is from Stephanie Meadows over at NBC 13, Stephanie Walker over at NBC 13. She says the very latest info this morning is slowing the rain down even further for Saturday. It is now possible we get the game in without seeing much rain. Winds will be very gusty, temps in the 60s. It's hard to jump on the completely dry bandwagon just yet, but we are headed in that direction. You can tell everyone it is for sure not going to snow. That is from Stephanie.
Because it's going to be in the 60s.
Yes.
All right, so no snow for the Iron Bowl. Right? That is wonderful.
I've sat through sleet in an Iron Bowl, by the way, at Bryant, didn't he?
Was it 2000?
Oh, miserable.
But all of a sudden, gusty winds. One team doesn't pass. One team does pass. Now I'm concerned. All right, Rockstar's View Menu, brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, their game week special right now from our friends at New Life Art. You get that free Iron Bowl Gold Open Edition book with any $20 purchase. Iron Bowl Gold relives the 41 years of the traditional Iron Bowl at Birmingham's historic Legion Field. Each game is depicted in an original watercolor painting by artist Daniel A. Moore, documented through articles from the Birmingham News, described by commentary from legendary sportscaster Keith Jackson. It's a $40 value, no code needed. Free gift will automatically appear in your shopping cart when $20 has been added.
Real quickly, Rockstar, landmine believer, who apparently is confused and dazed, or dazed and confused. Dunaway and Brown becoming Kiffin cronies as soon as they find out he's going to take the Barn job after years of questioning if he was a great head coach is kind of sad. If you followed this show, you will know that I have stake bets left and right with this guy here that Lane Kiffin would be a success at Ole Miss. True or not true?
Oh, no, that's true.
Yeah, I believed in Lane Kiffin from day one.
I don't know what makes me a crony. I've literally said he gets blown out at least once a year. Twice this year. You just hope, and the year's not over, you just hope that's an Ole Miss thing, not an Auburn thing. I mean, I've pointed out that he gets blown out all the time.
Yeah.
Not all the time.
But if he does take this job in the next couple of days, I'm willing to double down on a couple of things that we've got with him.
Okay, but I still cash the chips.
Yeah, you can.
I cash the Ole Miss chips.
Yeah, but I'll re-up those bets.
Oh, I've learned I'm not going to say Lane Kiffin coaches in 6 Iron Bowls.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that one.
If you're looking for me to go that route, we'll revisit some Lane Kiffin success at Auburn, no doubt about that.
I mean, I feel great about not getting the 9 wins after they lose tomorrow night.
Oh, that one's going to suck. That'll be a hard one to hurt. A hard one that will hurt. Rockstar, what are you watching?
Well, I'm not watching it, but on Netflix it premieres tonight. It's a good day to premiere this show. The Addams Family Daughter, Wednesday. That premieres today, which is Wednesday.
So we're following the daughter?
It follows Wednesday Addams' years as a student when she attempts to master her emerging psychic ability. Didn't know that. Thwart and solve the mystery that embroiled her parents. Y'all ever Addams Family?
No, not at all.
Never. Not one time. I was always disappointed.
Monsters, no Addams Family. Hated all that.
Not even the movie that came out with...
Never saw it.
Wow. Angelica
Raul
Houston.
Julia?
Yeah, Raul Julia, Angelica Houston.
Because when you were a kid, you would come home, and on 21 or whatever, over the air, before I had cable, you would hope there'd be like maybe Gilligan's Island, which I like.
I'd even take it Leave It to Beaver over that.
Yeah, I did not like it when it was the Addams Family or...
the Munsters.
The Munsters. Hated those two.
What about this? It's been the past 2 years... It's like the Chippendales. It has been the year of the Lakers. Everything has been Lakers, documentaries and stuff like that. So HBO Max, of course, is releasing a documentary called Shaq. It showcases the life of Lakers champion Shaquille O'Neal from sports phenom to cultural figure. Any interest in that?
Not particularly, no.
Not really.
I just want to do it for the interview. I'm really excited about that. And I had on the way up here today, I was listening to Charles Barkley was doing the podcast with Conan O'Brien. Conan needs a friend, and he was just slamming Shaq. He's a funny. We should get him on sometime. He's a
Barkley?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw yesterday where he said he and Michael Jordan, was this in the same podcast, that he and Jordan haven't spoken in 10 years?
No, I only heard like 10
Like I
minutes
knew
of it.
he had a falling out with Tiger. He and Tiger haven't spoken since the 9-iron over the back of the head, and which was 2009. And they were tight. I didn't know he and Jordan had fallen out like that either.
So Barkley and Jordan?
That's what he said.
Let's do our Baumhowers Spotlight today, brought to you by our friends at Baumhowers. Rockstar, hit it, man.
The Baumhower's Spotlight.
This weekend's sneaky good game.
And a little bonus to go. Like you get at Baumhower's, you get bonus food all the time there, too.
Oh, delicious food. Bob Baumhower delivered the first ever incredible taste of wings to the state of Alabama back in 1981 to Tuscaloosa at Wings and Things. In fact, he had to give them away for the first few years. 40 years, 4 concepts, 14 restaurants later. Bob's still serving up great food and hospitality to the people and visitors of Alabama. Stop in for lunch or dinner to one of those great locations of Baumhower's Victory Grill.
My 3 rivalry games I'm looking forward to this weekend: Michigan, Ohio State. I mean, it's without saying, Notre Dame, USC should be a lot of fun too. And South Carolina and Clemson. On Notre Dame, USC's only played one defense in the top 40 all year. That was Oregon State. Did they light up the scoreboard?
They
in that
did
game?
not. They lucky to win that one.
Lucky to win that one. Notre Dame comes in with a pretty good defense. South Carolina and Clemson, just to see if South Carolina can make it interesting. My sneaky good game: Tennessee and Vandy, because I've enjoyed watching Vandy play football the last couple of weeks. It's been fun.
Blowout.
Vandy scores that many points.
Everybody's going to be on Vandy because of Joe Milton. You watch. Blowout.
Yeah. All right.
I could see that.
What about you, Brownie?
I like Ohio State, Michigan, number 1. I have a feeling we're all going to be there. USC, Notre Dame's got massive playoff implications. It's always a good fun one. The Civil War. Don't sleep on the Civil War.
Oregon State.
Oregon State. Bo Nix, if he's healthy. And then my sneaky good game's the Apple Cup. It's going to be, I think, a fun little game this year, Washington State.
Yeah, I couldn't decide. So I went Notre Dame SC first just because I've got a little
rooting interest.
Yeah, I
You're
do.
a USC fan.
And that should be an incredible game. Michigan, Ohio State. I think Ohio State wins this one going away, just my opinion. And then I'm going to go Egg Bowl. It was really close on Civil War and Egg Bowl. And then I think this
I'm surprised at this.
Is going to be really, really
you
tricky.
You think South Carolina Clemson's going to be a tight game?
I think it could be.
Could be an interesting game. South Carolina trying to get back both Christian Bill Smith and Marshawn Lloyd, who didn't play last week, the 2 running backs, trying to get them back.
Well, I'll just say, if Spencer Rattler is still possessed.
No, there's no way. He's not playing Tennessee secondary this week, my friend.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Clemson secondary's been a little skeptical.
It ain't Tennessee's, though. Everybody has a career day against Tennessee secondary.
Oh, all right. Overthrow Joe winning the game for Tennessee. Brownie says lone soldier.
I'm just saying, everybody's going to be on Vandy because of Joe Milton. You just watch.
Yeah.
Game will be on TV. You get to watch it.
Free look at their starting quarterback next year, maybe, for Tennessee in these last couple of games. That's our Baumhowers. Sneaky good games and some bonus rivalry games that we like this weekend.
And they're celebrating 40 years at Baumhower's. Recession concession menus out there. Baumhower trying to save you a few bucks. It includes a complimentary beverage. They've got the classic tailgate burger, $7.99. How about the Bam Bam chicken, only $9.99? Go easy on your wallet with Baumhower's Victory Grill recession concession menu. Get him for lunch or dinner.
This guy who's up next with us, so good we didn't name him once, we named him twice. John Parker Wilson is next on the next round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the Vaughan, Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com. Football season is here and fall is coming. Call Adam, Chad, and the guys at Hemp Hill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Call 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com. Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
John Parker Wilson in just a second to talk a little bit about the Iron Bowl. By the way, Doak Walker finalist announced. That includes Dwayne McBride of UAB's in there, but I mean Blake Corum, Bijan Robinson, Judkins at Ole Miss, they're all finalists too. Tough award to win. Samford's Michael Hyers, quarterback, he is on one of the finalists for the Walter Payton Award, which is the Heisman version, best offensive player there in the FCS. Shadur Sanders, one of the contenders there as well. So a couple of the award finalists announced yesterday. This hour of the show brought to you by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. Champy's Chicken for all your parties this year. If you're just tired of eating turkey this weekend, great to watch the rivalry games. Champy's Chicken will help you with your tailgate or your viewing party at home. Highway 119 in Alabaster, Sterling, and the crew open for lunch and dinner today. The home of the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales in our area. It is champy'schicken.com. Iron Bowl's 2:30. Forecast now looking like the rain may hold off until the end. Something we'll keep an eye on as we get closer to the game. Wind gust expected, which, by the way, could impact the passing game of Alabama. Let's talk about it all with our buddy John Parker Wilson.
And he is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, John Parker Wilson? How are you?
Guys, I'm doing great. How are y'all doing today?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. JP presented by Premier Garages. They provide garage floor coating, storage cabinets, and organization systems that transform your cluttered garages into clean and efficient spaces. PremierGarage.com, PremierGarage.com, or 956-3939. We played sound from Will Anderson earlier where he talked about how Nick Saban drills it into the players. You'll be remembered for a lot of things. One of the main things you'll be remembered for is what you do in this game, in the Iron Bowl. I'm curious, you played for Mike Shula, who was an Alabama guy, and Nick Saban, who came to Alabama and had never really been there. Did he have that message right up front in 2007 for you guys when he first got there? Did he preach the same thing?
Yeah, he did. And I think it's such a national game now. It's obviously huge for our state, and it means a lot to a lot of people here. But it's big around the country. Like we know Michigan, Ohio State's coming up, so I think this game is well respected no matter where you come from or your background, whether you're out in California or up north or whatever part of the country you are. This is a well respected game, and I think he's exactly right. They show these clips, they show highlights of these games forever. Going back as since they've had TV, the previews for these games, you'll see the clips on it. They play it in Bryant Denny Stadium. They play the highlights down in Auburn for their victory. So it's important. And even if you're not from here, this is such, it's one of the biggest rivalries in all of sports. So if you can have an impact, if you can make a big play and have some success in this game, it will live on forever. And I think that is motivating for a player just to understand, that this is bigger than one person. This is the Iron Bowl. It's as big as it gets, and it's fun to get to go play in these games. And that, it's so cliche, and I hate to say it, but you can throw the record book out of the window, right? But I think in this game, it's true, and we don't even have to look further than last year. Auburn or Bryce Young having to go down and score a drive at the end of the game to force an overtime, and then have 3 or 4 overtimes after that. So this is truly a game where anything can happen, and it usually does.
JP, when we were bringing you on, Dunaway talked about weather could be a factor. It could rain. There's going to be wind in the forecast. Worst wind game you've ever played in / element game? It could be one and the same.
I feel like we didn't have too many bad games. The Auburn game my senior year was not great conditions. It was kind of rainy, cloudy, wet most of the day. The worst one, I didn't play in it. I was involved in it. I was holding the clipboard over on the sidelines. It was the last game of the season. We were in the Meadowlands playing the Jets, and when we got to the stadium, there was literally dump trucks on the field, and they were shoveling snow down from the stands so people have a place to sit. So they're shoveling down chutes to the dump trucks, and it was absolutely freezing cold, windy. Luckily, I didn't have to play. I was over there bundled up with like 10 layers on and 2 jackets. But that was by far the worst I've been a part of because there's not much you can do when it's that cold. Luckily, we don't have to deal with that too much down here.
Yeah, if you're Bryce Young, though, you'd rather throw a wet ball than in the wind, right?
Oh, 100%. Because, they'll take in 50-something balls on Saturday. So rarely are you going to have a wet ball. And even if it is, they're running those things in and out, and you can deal with the wet. The receivers would probably have to lose their gloves and catch it with their hands, but they practice that. You practice that all season long. Even sometimes, especially during training camp, they'll have buckets, trash cans filled with water, and they'll dump the balls in there. So just you can get some reps doing that. But there's not a lot you can do with the wind. I can't remember some games where we'll say okay, we're into the wind this quarter. If we're going to throw it deep or have some kind of, down the field play, let's just save it for the next quarter when we get the wind at our back. And worse than that is if you get a crosswind, that's the worst, because then it's hard, especially on the outbreaking routes, to judge where it's going to go. So, I have been involved in games where the wind does affect downfield passing. And, if that was the case, I think it would probably advantage to Auburn, and that would happen just because of how much they do want to run the ball and how successful they have been running it. But, just something you have to deal with basically at kickoff. Bill O'Brien and the coordinators have the same game plan. But if it's windy, you gotta rely more on the run.
John Parker Wilson is with us. He joins us each week courtesy of Premier Garage. They provide garage floor coating, storage cabinets, and organization systems that transform your cluttered garages into clean, efficient spaces. No longer just a garage. Typically overlooked space now reflects the same pride the rest of your house does. PremierGarage.com. That is PremierGarage.com or 956-3939. A lot of it has been because of injury that Jace McClellan has been forced into the role he's been forced into. But how impressed have you been with him over the last 2 weeks?
Tell you what, I think the mentality of the team, especially up front, really changed in the second half of the Auburn game. It was like something clicked when Jahmyr Gibbs went out, and they were like, all right, we got to get this thing together, guys. And Jace has been running hard. He's a very decisive runner. Gets downhill pretty quick. I think picks his hole and goes with it. And I mean, he's been extremely productive the last 6 quarters of football. Had 156 last week against Austin Peay, and granted it was against Austin Peay, but I think he's got some confidence in his running ability, and so does the offensive line. I mean, they definitely had the second half against Ole Miss and last week was some of their better running games. Kind of like I felt like we rushed the ball better at the first part of the season, but to me they picked it up, and Jace, has taken it and really showed out against Ole Miss. I mean, I was impressed the way he went out and ran the ball. And we'll see if we get Gibbs or not this week, but Jace is an important part of it. Roydell Williams has done pretty well in the short yardage goal line, so big part of this game. And I think Jace is a guy that could carry the load and be a number one back the entire game if needed.
Do you remember the first snap you took in an Iron Bowl and how nervous you were?
Yeah, I do, because that was the Sack Brody game. And, you sit on the sidelines witnessing, what was it, 11 or 12 sacks?
A massacre.
I think it was 11.
11. Then Mike Shula looks at me. He's like, "You're in, kid." I'm like, "I'm not. You go in. I'm not going to this."
He didn't say kid, right? He said, "You in, kid? You're in, kid?"
No, he said, "You're going in, kid."
God bless you, son.
Yes, hey, good luck. Good luck. But it's actually I went in there, and it was my first rushing touchdown was against Auburn. That it would have been my freshman year. So we threw a long one, got down to the goal line, and ran a quarterback sneak in. So yeah, it was not a fun game, but that was my first touchdown. So that was pretty cool down there.
I'm interested. You bring up Mike Shula's name. You have experienced maybe what Ole Miss folks are going through this week, preparing for a rivalry game with talk maybe swirling out there. Did you guys ever know that coaching change was coming, that Mike Shula was going to be out? Had you heard any rumblings at all before the switch happened?
I can't really remember. I remember, in our dorm rooms when the coaching search was going on, and it was like, one name one day and then Rich Rodriguez the next day, and it was all over the place. But I can't remember back. I don't feel like it was being talked about before we played Auburn, but I do remember in the the bowl games, it's not a good feeling. I know exactly what those Ole Miss kids are going through of knowing, not knowing what your future holds. Because here I am thinking like, man, if Rich Rodriguez comes to be the next head coach at Alabama, which I felt like it was really close, I was like looking at his offense. I don't fit very well into it, right? I mean, this is before the transfer portal and everything, so there's a lot of uncertainty, and especially for those guys right now playing in their rivalry game. I mean, it's not fun, but I think with the players it could be beneficial, because it's like, all right, we don't know who our coach is going to be, but we got to get in this thing, and you get in the locker room like, hey guys, it's us, like looking around sitting there before a game like, hey, it doesn't matter who's coaching us. It's us. We're going to be here next year regardless. Let's go out and play some ball and, have some fun and try to beat the rivalry because it's a big game. The Egg Bowl is a big game, especially, the past few years has been pretty exciting. Obviously not the hype that the Iron Bowl is going to have, but for those kids, it's a big deal. And it's, it's not fun having to worry about who your coach is going to be, but it can kind of, circle the wagons and just bring some camaraderie inside the locker room.
Yeah, and by the way, if you don't think everybody remembers every play you make in the Iron Bowl, David writes in, I vividly remember that touchdown by John Parker Wilson. I won money on my squares because of that quarterback sneak.
There we go, the squares. You got to love it.
JP's a giver. All right, he is John Parker Wilson, 2:30 kick at Bryant Denny, 11:30 airtime, Crimson Tide Sports Network with our buddy Chris Stewart, John Parker Wilson, Christian Miller, Roger Hoover, Tom Stipe, the entire gang there.
Well, somebody's got to be out calling the basketball game Thursday night, right? Will they all be back by then?
I don't know. Do you know if Chris is out in Portland, JP? Do you know?
No, Roger Hoover's actually making the trip to Portland.
Okay.
He left yesterday, so he's got it all out there by himself, and he'll call in for the pregame and the postgame. But it'll be me and Chris, and then Christian down on the sideline.
Okay, there you go. Hey, have a great Thanksgiving, buddy. We appreciate the time. We'll see you in Tuscaloosa.
Appreciate you guys.
All right, buddy. That is John Parker Wilson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. JP, so kind to join us each week during the college football season, and he does it courtesy of Premier Garage.
Oh, these folks are fantastic.
They are, man. I mean, those garage floor coatings make your garage look totally different. And then they can
I'd eat Maggie's chili off of those floors, I guarantee you.
Would you now?
Yes.
She cooked some last night, right?
She did. It was delicious.
Yeah, coming off those garage floor coatings, it would taste even better. Storage cabinets, organization systems that make your cluttered garage clean, efficient spaces. Don't just deal with an ugly garage. Call Premier Garage. Online, premiergarage.com. That is premiergarage.com or 205-956-3939 for Premier Garage.
And as always, this hour brought to you by our friends at Champy's Chicken, open for lunch and dinner right now, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Speaking of good food, let's digest the 12-team playoff, if you will, for a second. Okay?
Oh, is this what it would look like?
This is what it would look like. I mean, now Alabama's set back and watched itself play into a home game.
Look out. Oh, a rematch.
You would get the rematch in the 12-team playoff if we went by last night's ranking of Tennessee coming to Tuscaloosa to play Alabama. Alabama would be in the crimson and white with the crimson piping on the white trousers.
Thank you, Eli.
They would play. Winner would have to go play Ohio State. I don't know if you like the draw or not. But
no, I don't mind Alabama's draw right there, to be honest with you.
You like Tennessee, Ohio State, and then whoever comes out of the bottom?
LSU, Penn State, TCU. I think Alabama would be in a pretty good spot there.
Yeah, Georgia, of course, would still be the 1 seed. They would get an Oregon-Clemson game in Death Valley.
That'd be a fun game.
Fun game, too.
Guys, look at those first-round on-campus games and tell me you wouldn't love every minute of this.
Tulane, who likes to run at Michigan.
Bama-Tennessee rematch. LSU hosting Penn State. Clemson hosting Oregon. And even Michigan-Tulane. I mean, that's the worst game of the 4. But still, guys, I mean, who is not for this?
Well, I think about even when we get down to 8. I mean, if we just play favorites out, you've got
Bama, Ohio State, LSU, TCU, Michigan, Southern Cal, and Clemson, Georgia. I mean, who wouldn't want this?
Yeah, it would be fun. But a couple of people last night were, when we do these 12-team conversations, 2 things pop up. One of them would be, would the Alabama loss in Knoxville have hurt for the Alabama fans as much as it did this year? If you think that you can lose 1, maybe even 2 and still be in the playoffs, do you lose some of the pain of a regular season loss?
I don't see it. Again, maybe I'm just different, which I don't think I am. I mean, I'm a passionate fan when it comes to the Rams, but, I wasn't happy leaving the Dome knowing how bad that team was going in.
Yeah, I mean, still, when one of your heated rivals gets so excited they tear down the goalpost against you, you're going to get pissed about that.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to hurt.
And you still want to play for your best. I mean, you want to be one of those top 4 seeds. You want to buy.
And the other one, the other complaint was, what would this do to our conference championship games? Now, in the SEC, it would probably water that down tremendously, right? Because LSU, Georgia this year, for instance, I assume LSU would still be in with a loss?
Maybe. You don't know that. But ultimately, Jim, you're playing for a 1 seed and a bye. I still think there's some value to that.
But not as much do or die.
Not do or die, but you're still playing for a 1 seed and a bye.
And I'm not convinced that these second-round games are going to be away from campus either in the bowls. I'm just not convinced of that. So you could be playing for a one-seed bye and still get a home game out of it.
Yeah.
In that second round.
There's all interesting on the flip side of this, but the 14 playoff hasn't ruined college football. The BCS didn't ruin college football. Having number 1 and number 2 rarely play each other in the bowl games back in the day didn't ruin college football. Having all the games on TV has not ruined college football. So I'm sure us going from 4 to 12 won't ruin college football. It won't for me anyway. I'll go to my grave loving the sport.
Well, yeah, I mean, think back on what you just said. Before the CFA, when colleges decided, hey, you know what, these TV games work for us if we'll embrace it, you could only be on TV 2 or 3 times a year because they were fearful it would destroy attendance and hurt the game.
Yeah, 2 times a year was a rule. There was some way you could get a third one.
Yeah, but that was the fear, right? Is nobody will go to the games if they're on TV.
That's right. That was the fear, 100%. 12-team playoff, the way it would look right there. And, I get a lot of, you're all about 12-team playoff now because Alabama's not in the 4. Well, it does make it a lot more interesting when you see Alabama down in those first-round games, right?
Alabama must have got a home game.
I mean, I think it would be interesting for everyone.
Yeah,
I mean, we want more games.
More meaningful
everybody makes
games.
out.
But when you get some name brands having to play in those first-round games all of a sudden, it does make it a lot more interesting. When Alabama's having to play in those games and Clemson's having to play in those games and Michigan's having to play in those games, it does make the playoffs look better. Yeah.
I mean, for instance, LSU Penn State could be a Capital One Bowl. Would you rather have that as a Capital One Bowl or a first-round playoff game?
I'd rather have it mean something.
Exactly. I mean, they're going to play it anyway. Why not have it mean something?
And I'm going to watch it anyway.
Would you one of the interesting things, like when do that first round will be played when? Before Christmas?
It's got to be before Christmas.
Yeah.
Because I personally would like the second round games to be played on January 1st, but I said that earlier, and Joe Cloud, and I think you also said it, Brown, you don't want to get too deep competing with the NFL playoffs.
Well, the NFL goes to Saturday games.
You realistically
right after the new year
could start this on Army-Navy. I know they want that to be a standalone.
Yeah, the week after conference championship games.
Yeah, you really could, and then you've got 2 weeks to play these.
Yeah, but there's something about having all 4 playoff games on January the 1st that intrigues me, but we will not go there because apparently we're too scared of the NFL.
Well, you should be. You'll get destroyed in TV ratings.
Yeah, but then if we do January 1st, then we do Thursday, Friday games or doubleheader Friday games if we want to, or Friday, Monday,
yeah, I'm
or
not sold on it having to be on
Mondays.
Saturday. That's what Klatt was sold on, is finding a way it could always be on Saturday because it's the day you on.
Yeah.
But
or how about this? How about we start, NFL, you don't play on Saturdays until our semifinals are done.
Yes.
Or,
Yeah, the
or we
NFL's gonna
start
agree to that.
charging you for being a minor league system for your NFL. Which one would you like?
I
right
love
there?
your ideas,
Yeah,
Dunaway.
I do. I think I'm out on the fly.
Yeah,
I don't really think
start
I'm out.
charging the NFL.
I just throw them out there.
You want our players? You got to pay for them.
That's right. Randy is in Fultondale, by the way. He's next with us. He joins us on the JohnsonRVCenter.com hotline. Randy, what's up, brother? How are you today? Oh, let me hit this button.
Yeah, you're gonna have to hit it. I got it. Here we go.
Hey, Randy, how are you?
I'm doing good. I have a trivia question for you guys.
Okay. Now, we're not a trivia type show, but we'll pour one out for our old friend Lee Davis from back in the day. Go ahead.
Okay. Who is the only Alabama quarterback in the playoff era to win a national championship and a road game at Auburn?
Jake Coker.
Greg McElroy.
Jake Coker.
Brandon Avalos. Oh.
Yeah, McElroy was BCS era, not college football playoff.
Oh, college football playoff. Okay.
I was going to ask you guys if you would rank the top 5 quarterbacks at Alabama during the Saban era.
Okay, thank you, Randy.
Okay.
It depends on how he wants us to rank them. Just best player, most accomplished player, what?
I mean, I would go
best player. Let's do best player.
Bryce
Young, Tua Tagovailoa,
then Mac
Jones,
AJ McCarron,
and then Jake Coker
or Blake Sims.
No Greg McElroy?
No.
I group all those 3 together.
I wouldn't put Greg, for what he did at Alabama, in front of Jake Coker. Jake Coker had a much better season.
Well, don't get this into a Jake or Greg discussion. I'm just saying.
Literally, I think
did
Jake
not
Coker was
mention
my
Greg.
number 5, so that's what I absolutely have to do.
What about your boy JP we just had on?
We just had JPW. You're just slapping him in the face with a.
JP played the NFL longer than any of those guys.
That 2008 game, or that 2008 season for JP was a really good season. That's the problem. He had one good season. Greg had one good season. Coker only played the one season. Sims only played the one season. So it's kind of hard.
You know what? I would take Jalen Hurts in front of all those guys, too.
Yeah, we left off Jalen Hurts.
We did leave off.
Jalen would be number 5.
Okay.
Yeah, that ends that Greg debate right there.
Right.
You just go Jalen Hurts.
Yep.
All right, that's Randy's call there. We appreciate everybody who's jumped in the show today, 205-734-0923. We've got trash coming up on the flip side, but if you are looking right now for a great place, I assume you can still swing by this afternoon and get some sides at New York Butcher Shop for your Thanksgiving deal, right?
You sure can. And the New York Butcher Shop, I don't know about the turkey situation right now. I know there was a turkey shortage apparently out there, but hopefully you reached out in time. But hey, what about you've got probably friends and family in town tonight, grill some steaks. I mean, anything you need, stop by the New York Butcher Shop. Pick up the finest and certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, all-natural chicken to cut to order just for you. There's chef-prepared entrees and side dishes. Perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family, ready to heat at home. Don't forget that huge deli sandwich and the catering options for your next business lunch with a great selection of fine wines and desserts. New York Butcher Shop, one-stop dinner shop, 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Football is back, and you can check out the new arrivals in the Next Round store. Support the brand by grabbing a t-shirt, hoodie, or hat. See the latest gear online at nextround.store. That's nextround.store. We've got gear in your favorite team colors, perfect to wear to the stadium or tailgate. All the gear has been approved by everyone on the show. Quality and comfort that's perfect to share as a gift. Just visit nextround.store. That's nextround.store, the official store of Double Down Media.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Back with you on the next round. Trash in just a second. When LT makes his way back in here with us, a lot of people discussing the game coming up this weekend, ranking their favorite players and everything. Speaking of ranking, we've got Thanksgiving tomorrow. We got a lot of great food to talk about and eat tomorrow. Brown, tell us about MyBookie, and then I want to show you what Bryson DeChambeau used to eat every day back when, what year was that when he was on that crazy diet?
Oh, I don't know. He added 50 pounds quick, though.
Yeah, when he beefed up and everything.
Yeah.
I'll show you DeChambeau's diet after you give us a diet of good plays.
Yes, Jim. Fantastic transition there to mybookie.ag, who's got a bonus right now when you use code NEXTROUND. On a deposit of $50 or more when you open your account, you can receive up to $200 in cash instantly in your MyBookie account. And using the bonus is simple. You just bet your deposit amount once, and you're ready to cash out. It is no strings attached with mybookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND, mybookie.ag, promo code NEXTROUND. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, and get that cash bonus up to $200 on a deposit of $50 or more with promo code NEXTROUND at mybookie.ag.
As we get ready to stuff our faces tomorrow on Thanksgiving, this is what Bryson DeChambeau, when he beefed up back in the day to start hitting those 400-yard drives, this was his daily diet in 2020. He says he regrets it now because it made him feel, quote, weird. For breakfast, he had 4 eggs, 5 bacon strips, toast, and 2 to 3 organic protein shakes. Then he'd play golf. He would eat a Go Macro bars, a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and 3 protein shakes while he was playing golf. After golf, he'd have a snack and another protein shake. And at dinner, he would eat a steak, potatoes, and 2 protein shakes.
Those protein shakes, man.
Every day.
My gosh.
I don't know what happened to my mic there.
Yeah.
I don't know how your stomach would not be just full nonstop with all that kind of food.
And that's when he beefed up. I don't like feeling overstuffed. I like to get right to that limit of almost being overstuffed. I want to be right at the edge.
Zach is right in the Volkatire and Automotive chat room. Those bathroom breaks would be a disaster.
Yeah. I mean, at some point,
can you imagine?
Did he ever walk up 18 like a penguin? Having to squeeze one off on 18?
Jeez.
Yeah.
That's a lot right there. But he added 50 pounds like almost overnight.
I bet.
You can see how. And now he's saying, that might have been a mistake.
Yeah, made me feel weird.
Yeah.
I bet it did. All right, that gets us to trash today. Ready for Thanksgiving. If you're traveling today, be safe. You got family and friends coming to town, be considerate. Don't expect them to be as cool as we are.
Be considerate.
If you're on your way to Mentone, don't be typical Jim. Be happy and be joyful this holiday season. Hit it, Rockstar. Let's go.
Let's take a look at birthdays and anniversaries in the meantime. Happy 80th birthday to E. Norma Stitz. Quitman, happy birthday to you, Miss E. Norma. Hope you have a wonderful day.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Oh, does Chris have a good band name over there?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is good.
That's it.
With rates trending upward, save yourself money, stress, and time by buying your home with Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program. With Mortgage Rights Lock and Shop program, you can lock in your interest rate before you start shopping for a home. If rates rise during your lock-in period, your interest rate will not be affected. Plus, you'll know your home buying budget ahead of time. Pre-approve your budget. Maintain a 90-day interest rate lock-in period today. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. If you're in the Birmingham area, NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Back in the 90s, the Butthole Surfers would have opened for them. That Chris band over there.
Who would have?
What was their one hit, Rockstar?
Pepper. I don't mind the sun sometimes.
That is a good song.
Okay. Deciding what to wear on a date can be a tricky decision, and many singletons spend hours in front of the mirror agonizing over their choices, particularly for that all-important first outing. Now, as fun expert, Laura Merritt, would you like to be a fun expert?
I think I am a fun expert. I like to have fun.
She's 32. A writer for shopping recommendation site Aliza was challenged to take a different approach and ask some male friends for their suggestions. She went on to say, quote, "It's never occurred to me, however, to ask men in my life what they think is attractive on a woman." She said ahead of the test, adding that she wouldn't usually factor that into her own decision-making. Look one, something tight with good trainers. All black, everything is always a good vibe. Merritt was a fan of the idea of a monochromatic look. I really do love to be in all black. She says it's uncomplicated, clean. I think it's super cool and sexy. I don't think you can ever go wrong with all black.
Yeah, I think all black's a good look. I agree.
This is a little much for a first date, though, don't you think?
Well, yeah.
Not at all, Rockstar.
Where's the date,
It'd be all about that for a first date.
Dave and Buster's.
We're going to Wendy's?
I don't care, Rockstar.
I mean, it's a little long, honestly.
Yeah, I'll leave a little something for date 2, LT.
Look, too, jeans with a bright jumper or top. She was less impressed with this idea and thought it would be most suited for a casual outing such as mini golf or a movie. To dress up this look, to make it even evening appropriate, she proposes going for a sheer knit with a pretty bra underneath.
You have a pretty bra.
A pretty bra underneath.
Wow. I don't know what to do.
I don't either.
No, I'm just saying, probably showing a little too much titty there.
Yeah. Oh, you think? Yeah.
Probably.
Look over your shoulder.
Yes.
Finally, the third look, go cute and understated. Be confident and classy, a band T-shirt with a leather skirt and some boots.
I'm not in on the pleather.
I hate the pleather. Boy, and I tell you, man, especially college campuses, they're all about the pleather right now. All about the pleather.
He's not gonna make me look. He's not gonna make me look. The pleather. I'm not a big
pleather guy.
You like the pleather?
I do not like the pleather.
I don't either. Yeah. Do not like the pleather.
21-year-old hot dog vendor was arrested for stabbing a person after an alleged turf war between out-of-town vendors set up.
Oh, my goodness.
It got out of hand.
It busted up late Saturday night. San Diego police responded in the downtown area of San Diego about 10:30 p.m. Saturday, following reports of a large brawl involving 10 to 15 people, according to officers on the scene. Now, Duke DeMont, who I don't know who that is, played at Petco Park before the incident was reported, which drew a crowd of thousands of people. Typically also provides an opportunity for local vendors to feed hungry concert goers in search of a quick and tasty bite.
That dude's nose right there is broken in multiple places. It's not a clean break either. It is shattered.
Yeah, because it already looks, I mean, I don't know if it was like maybe off center a little bit before, but it is certainly now.
Now, as temperatures flared, witnesses said hot dog vendors from L.A. were set up in the areas where San Diego hot dog vendors typically sling food. That's when the physical altercation of territory ensued. In a press release, San Diego police told CBS 8, a group of vendors got into a verbal argument, resulting in a 31-year-old man being stabbed in the back. Boy, that's next level.
Yeah, stabbed in the back on his way away.
Yeah, I'd love to see the next picture.
Well, I don't think we'll get the back wound.
Yeah, that would be crazy. On-scene TV, thank you for those.
You got a little John Turturro look in him.
A little bit.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever bought a hot dog from a hot dog vendor, like a street vendor.
Oh, I've done Lucky Dogs in New Orleans.
This week.
Yeah, I haven't done a Lucky Dog.
How many?
A couple.
I was told that's all you did.
Well, I mean, it was just easy.
Yeah.
You're on the go, place to place.
I mean, Brown and I would have had a big brunch place planned, a lunch place, and a dinner place. You were down there a whole weekend, and I heard all you had was Lucky Dogs and delivery pizza.
Well, Friday night we did have a sit-down dinner.
You did? Okay.
Yeah. Other than that.
One of the great food towns in America, and you're eating a a dog floating in hot water.
I know.
On a street corner.
It was good, though. While fishing in France, a British man caught a monster-sized carp nicknamed the Carrot, which nearly weighs 70 pounds.
You want to see a picture? This is a goldfish.
This is a goldfish? Oh, my gosh. That's a massive goldfish.
It can't be real.
It's old Carrot, man.
Now, Andy Hackett, the gentleman you see there, 42, made the find while fishing blue water lakes in Champaign, France. Well, he looks a little older than 42.
I agree.
His picture of his catches.
A little Ed O'Neill in it.
Guy's been sweeping chimneys all his life.
He's older than the fish.
Yeah, he's very thrilled to have caught that.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Now, the fish is prized by anglers because of her coloration, as most giant carp are pale or brownish, according to USA Today. He said he spent 25 minutes reeling in the fish. That's pretty quick for a fish that big.
Yeah. I mean, what kind of baggie do you put that in to sell it at your shop, to send it home with somebody?
The problem is they throw it back, so she
Yeah.
keeps getting caught.
That's true, yeah. Leave me alone.
She's trying to commit suicide,
Are you going to
right?
eat that?
Yeah, she's trying to commit suicide.
Now, the carrot was released back into the lake. A video posted by the fishery shows Hackett holding the giant fish right there before putting it back in the water. Fish was stocked 15 years ago as, quote, something different for the anglers to try to catch, according to Blue Water Lakes.
Blue Water Lakes is crazy. I'd be there right now, though. It looks like a good vacation location.
Okay,
you don't want to run across that goldfish.
Yes.
Here are some party hosting ideas. I don't know if I like any of these at all. The first one, step 1, find the crappiest, cheapest horror movie possible. Step 2, watch it for about 15 minutes, then pause it.
Yeah.
Step 3, list out all the characters you've seen and have everyone write down which characters they expect are going to die and in what order. Step 4, unpause the movie, and the person with the most accurate predictions wins.
Oh, I kind of like that. Yeah, if it's just a horror movie, you're not really ruining anything.
No, but you've got to sit through the crappiest, cheapest horror movie possible.
That's true.
We've got to
At
trust.
least it's fun.
We got to trust that LT hasn't seen it. So we probably go to one of Jeff Aniston's movies that he brings up from like the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
The flea that ate Detroit or something like that.
He watches
that was good. I thought it was funny.
Hey, his team lost today, Germany. Have we had a welfare check on?
9 games this week. I'll be quick.
Here's another one. Get a giant roll of blank paper like the back of wrapping paper. Tape it to the back of the bathroom door. Hang a Sharpie marker near it. Everybody who uses the bathroom gets to anonymously write graffiti. No, thank you. And this last one can't even be true. This is a bad idea altogether. Get some cheap pumpkins. Let everybody chop them up with a sword. Super fun if you actually throw the pumpkin at them and let them hit it with the sword midair.
That is super fun.
Yeah, let's not do that on alcohol.
Yeah.
Your trip to New Orleans would have been a little different with a sword.
Yeah. A roommate didn't make it back.
Yeah.
The Vacationer recruited mathematician Eric Jones to analyze the holiday eating habits of American adults. Of the roughly 1,000 people surveyed, 30.5% of them admitted to disliking cranberry sauce. Who on the panel likes cranberry?
I only like it.
I do not like
I like
it.
cranberry juice. I only like cranberry sauce only on Thanksgiving and only mixed in with the dressing, to where it's an occasionally. It's like I wouldn't eat jelly, but I mix some jelly with peanut butter. So that's the only time I use it.
I
Very
like
small.
the ocean spray. Drop it out of the can.
Yeah, out of the
kind?
can. I don't like homemade.
I don't even really use it, to be honest with you.
Well, cranberry sauce, they say, is really divisive. The second most hated dish may come as a big surprise. More than 29% of the survey respondents said they don't like the turkey. I kind of agree with this.
Yeah, if turkey's done right, I like it.
I really think the turkey rock star has become the creed of Thanksgiving items.
Like Nickelback. You eat turkey?
Yeah,
on
Nickelback's
I
what
kind of
was in for.
agree, yeah.
Nickelback.
Yeah.
People are like, the turkey's the worst part of the meal. I like this,
No,
and
the
this.
sides are much
I think it's
better.
like Nickelback.
No, I've always been like this since I was a kid.
Yeah. Well, you're different. It's become very popular. I'm not saying you.
Not talking about you.
Here are the 13 most hated Thanksgiving foods. Number
Okay.
1 is the cranberry sauce. Number 2 is the turkey. Number 3 is the green bean casserole. Number 4 is ham. Number 5, coleslaw, which I love. I've never had it on Thanksgiving.
Coleslaw is not a Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
that's not at all.
Number 6, sweet potatoes or yams. Big fan. Stuffing and dressings. Number 7, big fan. Pumpkin pie, 8, big fan. Number 9, carrots. No, thank you.
Yeah, you don't eat carrots on Thanksgiving. That's a waste.
Number 10, mashed potatoes. Big fan.
Yep.
11, corn.
Yeah.
Yep. I like a corn casserole.
Well, I think the original settlers had corn, didn't they? Wasn't that?
That was maize, man.
That's what brought them together.
Shared some maize.
Number 12, mac and cheese. And finally, number 13, apple pie. Now, some of those things can be disliked.
Apple pie is a little more summer to me.
The place we went to eat the other night, do you think I could have gone by there if I'd planned it out earlier this week and bought a whole sweet potato cheesecake? You think the place we went to
probably, yeah,
would have sold me a whole one?
Yeah. If you'd have called ahead.
That would have been good. That'd have been good. I would have liked to have taken that up to Mentone. That's trash?
Are you looking forward to the Mentone trip?
Yeah, right now
You need to be back by 6 because the Egg Bowl.
That's right.
Hey, any chance you get to watch soccer there?
There's a good chance I'll see some soccer, and I'll be making that trip up there. Looking forward to it.
The chili that you loved yesterday, is she bringing that up?
Nope, Chili's staying here with me, LT, so I have something to eat on Friday.
Chili dog.
Chili dog on Friday is the best way to go, Brown.
Hey, home values on the rise, but so are sky-high rent prices. Stop wasting money on rent. Start investing in a lifelong asset. Take control today by talking with our friends at Mortgage Right about your home ownership goals. Mortgage Right has the option, speed, and ease you're looking for when purchasing a home. Their mortgage experts are just a phone call away. They're always willing to answer your questions, guide you through their home buying process. Make the most of the current housing market by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. Become a homeowner today or call 205-815-9200. That is our friends at Mortgage Right.
All right. The TNR teaser, maybe LT has those ready to go for us. We'll talk about that when we come back. And a lot more. Todd Fuhrman at the top of the hour, Bryant Vincent in the final hour, 4 Downs in the final hour, and all of that still to come on the show that's brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his crew ready to serve you up after you're eating turkey. Come get some great Southern fried chicken right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. It's champyschecken.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters. It's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074. The real estate market is crazier than it has ever been. ERA King has 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35620 to get started. That's the word MOVE to 35620. It's a crazy market. That's why you need our friends at ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing, locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation, 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Bromberg's, they bring you the unbelievable silver box that is wonderful this time of year to get on Christmas morning. Can you imagine opening that thing up? Make somebody in your life extremely happy with our friends at Bromberg's.
Yeah, and again, if you're thinking about popping the question this holiday season, these are the guys you need to see. Family owned and operated since 1836. Our friends at Bromberg's, they've established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Again, 2 great locations. Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online today. Go to Brombergs.com.
4 downs in the next segment. But right now, LT got asked by Jay Pear, who watches us out in Dallas, Texas. Hello, Dallas, Texas. If you had a 3-game, little 3-team teaser for the NFL coming up tomorrow, and if you had any other teasers for us. So educate us on everyone loves to play a holiday teaser. What do you have for us?
Okay, again, it's 10 points on a 3-teamer, and well, if you play the side in the NFL. But if you push on a teaser, you lose.
Okay. So you got to win all these outright.
Yeah, but I've got all these. There's no way to push on them. Right. So right now, you tell me if you guys like. I got Buffalo -0.5 against Detroit.
So essentially, Buffalo has to win the game.
Just got to win the game.
Yep. I like that.
I've got Dallas -0.5 against the Giants.
That one concerns me more than the Buffalo one, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you get the Dallas that was in Minneapolis, Lance, I'm on board with that one.
Yeah, all Dallas needs to do is stop the run or at least try to control it, and they're going to be fine. And then I've got San Fran -0.5 at home against New Orleans.
So all 3s are down to 0.5.
Yeah.
Buffalo, Dallas, and San Francisco.
Those seem so easy.
It seems easy.
It really does. I mean, especially San Francisco, New Orleans. You think San Francisco is the best team in the NFL.
I really do.
And New Orleans is at best.
Oh, I don't know, 25.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Now, I have to wait all the way until Sunday for the teaser to pay off, but it's worth the wait. If you had to play something on the New England game.
Oh, I would probably play New England plus 12.5.
New England plus the 12.5.
You tease it up. I mean, that offense was so bad Sunday.
Yeah.
Belichick and that defense. New England plus the 12.5. So there you go, Jay Pear. If you want to go on his favorite one to win, would be Buffalo 0.5, Dallas 0.5, and San Francisco 0.5.
Do you want the college one real quick?
I would love the college one real quick.
Okay, UCLA -0.5 at Cal.
Would love that one.
I have got TCU plus 0.5 against Iowa State.
Would love that one.
And LSU plus 0.5 against A&M.
Wow.
I thought you liked A&M.
No, I mean, I'm not going to be surprised if any of these lose. I mean, these seem easy.
They really do.
That's why they're called teasers.
Yeah. That's why you get the big odds, because they really don't hit a ton, do they?
And you say professionally teasers are for suckers, right?
Yeah, not really the NFL, though. The NFL teaser has been pretty deadly. I feel pretty good that teaser hits right there. The NFL one.
Interesting.
Feel better about that one than the college one.
Let's talk a little bit about the game this weekend. It's the game of the year, right? Would you say this is the game of the year, Ohio State, Michigan?
I mean Georgia-Tennessee previously was, but now that Tennessee's taken another loss, maybe in hindsight that took a little steam off. But
no game will be more entertaining than Alabama-Tennessee was in Knoxville.
Probably not. But you feel like the winner of this game is straight into the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, because I just can't. I mean, I don't know, Lance, what is the line in the if it's Ohio State versus the West winner or Michigan? I mean, that's probably a 3-touchdown line.
Yeah, at
is
least.
it that big?
Yeah,
and 3 touchdowns?
And truthfully, an Ohio State loss in the Big Ten championship game, they're probably still in if Ohio State beats Michigan, right?
Yeah.
Probably would still be in.
Yeah, so I think this is the winner straight into the playoffs here.
Yeah, because remember, Ohio State does have that win over Notre Dame back at the beginning of the year that continues to look good. You know, while we search for Michigan's best win, which, by the way, is Penn State, which is a good win, right? 2 losses.
Yeah.
They're number 11. That's a good win. You can knock their out of conference, which everyone will knock their out of conference, but they have a quality win. So they do have one. It's hard to find some other teams who won.
Number 2's tough, though, for them.
Number 2 is tough.
You know, the concern for Michigan right now is Corum, leaving that game on Saturday.
That's the whole game is Blake Corum. Is he close to 100%? Now, I go back to Brian Robinson last year going into that SEC championship game. We were told he was a game-time decision. He gutted it out and played a hell of a game.
No, he did, but he didn't carry the offense. I mean, it was Bryce it was Jamison Williams. Michigan doesn't have that right now with J.J. McCarthy. And you look at the Buckeyes, Travion Henderson goes down. Mywin Williams comes right in. Mywin Williams goes down. Dallin Hayden comes right in. They've got so many different backs, and I just don't think you've got that with Michigan right now. So if Corum is not 100%, I don't think Michigan has a shot.
Rockstar, let's go 13 and then 12 first. Our sound of the big game being brought to you by the fine folks at Buzzed, B-U-Z-D, the app that keeps the party going. LT, you've experienced this a lot. It's so easy if you've got a party not to go out and get anything, just to hit the app, Buzzed.
It really is. They're going to be open all weekend. So on Thursday, Thanksgiving tomorrow, think about it. You're sitting around and Uncle's like, hey, we're out of Chardonnay.
Chardonnay.
Uncle Johnny.
Uncle Johnny, let's get buzzed.
Yeah, our Aunt Sherry wants some vodka and tonics. You know what? Fastest, most affordable delivery service with pricing in line with your favorite package or convenience store. It is Buzzed. Use that code next round, 15% off your first order. Again, download it right now, BUZD. They've got cannabis if you want to knock a relative out. They've got alcohol, tobacco. They're adding inventory constantly from downtown Birmingham to Highway 119 and everything in between. They bring the buzz to you. Download it today, BUZD.
All right, Jim Harbaugh on The Game talking about playing a team like Ohio State.
Strong opponent, and it's the kind of situation that gives you the opportunity to display how strong our team is. There's no need to hate. Be grateful for the opponent. It's like superheroes. It's through a strong opponent that you get to find out who you are. Got a great group of players who are happy warriors, and they're on a happy mission. And it's a tight-knit team that has paid the price. They've taken on every challenge to this date, and they've attacked it. Been ready to play every single game for 60 minutes, and I love this team.
I love this team. Jim Harbaugh on a 1-game win streak.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you play the other side of this and they win this game, Ryan Day far from the hot seat. Not suggesting that at all, but all of a sudden there'll be some Ohio State fans that are like, hey, has the worm turned here?
That's right. We've lost 2 in a row to them.
That's right.
And you've made the playoffs a lot, but you haven't won the big game. You've beaten everybody you're supposed to beat, but you haven't gotten us really where Ohio State deserves to be.
And all of a sudden, Michigan's in the playoffs back-to-back years, Big Ten champion back-to-back years, and we've lost to them back-to-back years.
Speaking of which, here's Ryan Day talking about all of that.
We haven't talked about that, but that was a different team and a different set of circumstances. But our guys know they felt the pain last year, and it led to simmer, and we had to chew on that for a whole year, and that's a long time. So, we'll see what the corrections we've made. We'll see about the growth that we've made, and find out where we're at on Saturday. But I know you're going to get an excited team. But right now, the focus is going to be on having an unbelievable week of practice, unbelievable week of preparation with our bodies, our minds, and our souls.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you caught a break that Blake Corum will not be 100% for this game, however much he's able to give the guys in the maize in blue. It's a big game. It's 11 a.m. It's the Fox game with our buddy Joel Klatt. We'll head to the desert, talk to Todd Fuhrman when we come back. LT will send out a lock later on today at the Lance Taylor. All you have to do is follow him on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor. His lock every day is brought to you by our friends at Hemphill. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill, they fix it right. They fix it the first time. They fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. It's Hemphill Services. 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemphill.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Now is the time to make your kids happy with a playground from Backyard Adventures. Order now and you're still guaranteed a Christmas delivery. Just go to backyardalabama.com. That's backyardalabama.com. On the website, you can see some brand new forts that are available. Plus, the always popular display sale is underway now. Just call 205-408-4FUN. That's 205-408-4386 or go to backyardalabama.com. As always with Backyard Adventures, you get quality 100% cedar with lifetime warranties, and they take care of their customers from start to finish. That means they completely set up the playground. You don't have to do anything. They'll do the landscaping to make it fit into your backyard. They'll do a maintenance program every year for you to keep it looking brand new. And when it's time for the playset to go, they'll come and take it down for you too. Learn about the display sale and see everything you need online at backyardalabama.com or call them up 205-408-4FUN for Backyard Adventures.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. The NFL playoffs are just around the corner and every game matters. Join us on the Next Round and Pepsi every Thursday as we preview the upcoming big games in the NFL weekend. Pepsi and the NFL, a perfect match for your weekend.
ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Todd Fuhrman in just a second. I mean, impact games to New Year's Six bowl game on Friday. You got Tulane and Cincinnati, 11 o'clock on ABC. Impact on the Sun Belt, Coastal and James Madison, 11 a.m. on ESPNU. Sneaky good game there. Of course, you know the game, 11 o'clock on Fox on Saturday, where you have Michigan and Ohio State. Oregon trying to punch their ticket to the Pac-12 championship game, 2:30 on ABC at Oregon State. Bo Nix is questionable. Maybe Fuhrman knows whether or not he'll play. Iowa State, TCU, 3 o'clock on Fox. TCU must win to keep their playoff hopes in their own hands. Notre Dame and USC, 6:30 on ABC. We know what USC has to do. They've got to win out. In Kansas State, trying to punch their ticket to the Big 12 championship game at home against Kansas, 7 o'clock on Fox. All those games outside the SEC footprint. By the way, Lance Leopold of Kansas goes into that game with a contract extension. He's now signed through 2029. That college football scoreboard update brought to you by our friends at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call to get on EnviroLawn. You want to make sure you do that so that your yard looks the best it can in spring and summer. You start now by getting the proper nutrients and pre-emergence in the soil, in the root system. And then spring and summer, you'll say, man, does my yard look great. EnviroLawn at Wayne's is the way to do that. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Code TNR will pay for the first month. 12 months for the price of 11 when you use code TNR at 866-WAYNES-1. Todd Fuhrman is with us from the desert. BetTheBoardPodcast.com. What is up, Fuhrman? How are you?
I'm doing very well, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. Let's start with tomorrow night's Egg Bowl. It opened 5.5 down to 2.5. Ole Miss favored. Is that all you think a reaction to the rumors swirling around Lane Kiffin?
You know, this number was a little bit rich when it opened up, and that was only a couple of shops. So I'll use 3 kind of as the prevailing opening number when most books came online there. But that's exactly why you've seen the number come down below the key of 3 into that 2.5 range. Bettors obviously doing everything they can to try and glean an advantage. And if there were rumors going to be swirling about Lane Kiffin's status and should he be on the sidelines, they were going to try and take the 3 and then figure out what to do with it later. If Lane is indeed the head coach, you look at some of the X's and O's on the field. I think this is a matchup, though, that favors Ole Miss, their ability to run the ball. The weather doesn't appear to be as bad as we initially thought, but you've seen Mike Leach struggle over the last 2 Egg Bowls. Lane kind of allowing him to dink and dunk his way down the field. Will Rogers has put up numbers, but it hasn't translated into victories. Tough game to try and handicap, especially under a field goal. I think there's too many conflicting factors that you have to kind of build into the calculus here to make a strong case to get involved.
Looking at the Civil War, obviously Oregon playing for a way into a Pac-12 championship game, but you look at Oregon State, man, Jonathan Smith, as you know, Fuhrman, this guy can coach. And they're 9-2 against the number this season, tied with Tulane for the best cover percentage in the FBS. This number's 3.5. Do you lean home dog here?
I do lean the home dog. I don't think there is a ton of wiggle room, though. The main reason being is that if you're looking to try and bet against Oregon, you want a team that can throw the football over the top. And that, unfortunately, isn't Oregon State's MO with Bengal Bradson, who took over under center when Chance Nolan was dealing with a bit of a neck injury. More of a game manager than anything else. They want to establish the ground game with Damian Martinez. And for Oregon State, the strength of this team defensively is in that secondary. They're a little bit light along the defensive line. We know that Reser Stadium will be electric. Obviously not quite the fanfare that you would normally like to see. Only 26,000 fans as they go through a bunch of renovations there. But you're right. I mean, Jonathan Smith has gotten a ton out of this group. They have exceeded odds makers' expectations over the last 5 weeks in addition to their full body of work. And when you look at Oregon, Bo Nix should be a little bit healthier for this spot. And I think what you're going to see from Oregon is knowing where Bo Nix's limitations are for this week's game plan. So I expect him to be able to run from under center, not line up Bo Nix purely out of the shotgun, because last week, once he was wasn't a threat to run at all. It allowed Utah to really change some things defensively, and if it wasn't for Cam Rising throwing countless interceptions and making poor decisions, Utah wins that game outright in Eugene. I like this game under the total a bit. I don't think you'll have Bo Nix running around making a lot of plays in the pocket to extend them, and I think both these teams are going to try and establish ground games, which means the clock probably never stops moving.
Speaking of limited, what are you hearing about Blake Corum of Michigan and the impact that could have on that game?
So I would be surprised if we see Corum out there at all. Now, I don't know exactly how things will change between now and Saturday, but you look at the nature of the injury. He came back, took one carry, and that was kind of all she wrote. One of Michigan's offensive linemen tipped his hand a little bit, saying that Blake Corum could be out this week. The problem for Michigan is it's not just Corum. We don't know the status of Donovan Edwards. If he can't go, you're talking about going much further down the depth chart, and Michigan hasn't recruited offensive skill position players at the same rate of an Alabama, a Georgia, or even their counterparts that they'll see on Saturday. But Ohio State not immune to the injury bug either when you look at Travion Henderson, Mayan Williams, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. If any of those guys go, they're going to be a shell of themselves. They do have a talented third-string running back, but I think that's why you've seen Ohio State kind of slow down the pace and tempo that we've grown accustomed to. They just don't have the ability to score as quickly. I know what the numbers say. They're the second highest scoring team in the FBS, but anyone who watches them, this group doesn't pass the eye test the same way we've seen from previous editions. But I think the Buckeyes too good defensively. I lean towards Ohio State, would love the number to get down to 7, and I actually think the game comes in under the total.
Todd Fuhrman is with us, bettheboardpodcast.com, former odds maker at Caesars Palace. You can follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman. Go to bettheboardpodcast.com. They talk about all the games, college and pro, all the big games there at bettheboardpodcast.com. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Let's talk Iron Bowl here. Alabama hanging out, 22.5 today? Fuhrman, what do you make about the Iron Bowl?
Yeah, big number here, and I think it's a question of what Auburn goes in with a game plan. Do I think Auburn can win this game outright? No. Do I think they can put a true scare into Alabama? Hey, look, Cadillac Williams has done a hell of a job allowing this team to be one game away from getting bowl eligible. They've gone 3-0 against the number, but they're just not a very good football team on either side. And I think when you're looking at a number this large, the question becomes, does Auburn want to try and play to get back in the game late? If it's in the fourth quarter, will they stay committed to the ground, just run it and make the scoreboard look a little bit better for cosmetic purposes? If anything, the number's short. Alabama should be closer to a 24-point favorite here. I understand why the total is where it's at, and I think you'll see some under money come in. I think the bigger question that we have to ask ourselves going into this game, if Alabama most likely should be on the outside of the playoff looking in, will this be the final time that we see Will Anderson and Bryce Young donning Bama colors? I can tell you there'll be a lot of bettors watching Alabama's bowl line when it opens up, looking to go against the Tide, working under that assumption.
2 months ago, I would have been shocked that you have a top 15 matchup with Notre Dame heading to the Coliseum to take on USC. That's what we've got right now. USC survives again. It's hard to believe Notre Dame is where they are based on that 3-3 start and some of those terrible losses. USC, a 5.5-point favorite. I know people are going to play the favorite here.
I think you'll see money come in on the favorite. At the same time, I don't think it'll be as lopsided and overwhelming as it would have been, a couple of weeks ago before Notre Dame started to right the ship. I mean, they get the dominant performance at home against Clemson. They followed it up with some good performances since the second half against Navy, notwithstanding, where the offense looked like it was truly stuck in neutral. Notre Dame has exceeded odds makers' expectations when they've played ranked teams. They're 3-0 in those, or 4-0, against ranked opponents. 3-0 this year when they've been listed as an underdog. And it's rare this time of year you get a team that's better on the offensive line, better on the defensive line, and better in their ability to run the football, catching points. So I think the recipe is there for Notre Dame to have success. The $100 million question you have to ask is if the Irish go down 7-0 and find themselves down 2 scores, can Drew Pine throw enough to get them back in the game? I think this is tight throughout. USC has lived on turnover differential all season, one of the best teams in the country in that particular department. But I think Notre Dame is extremely live, and they'd love to be able to play spoiler for one of their bitter rivals and knock USC from playoff consideration.
Speaking of spoilers, TCU at home, LSU on the road. Both of those need wins to keep their playoff hopes in their own hands there. And both on paper look like they should win the game. Which one should I be most concerned about losing outright?
You know what? I just haven't seen enough from A&M to lead me to believe that they even have the pieces to put together the template for an upset of LSU in this spot. The one thing we've seen from Brian Kelly going back to his time at Notre Dame, when his teams are listed as favorites, he typically gets the best out of them. So normally I would gravitate towards A&M saying they were a live underdog, but that'll be one that I want no part of. Now, with Iowa State TCU, I think if you believe the dog is going to be competitive and keep this game close, the total makes a lot of sense because Iowa State just doesn't have the firepower. So they're going to have to lean on their defense, make this a little ugly football game, make it a little bit lower scoring. So I think there's a direct correlation towards Iowa State and the under. I like under 47.5 better than I do the side. And maybe look at Iowa State in the first half. I just don't think that they have the horses to stay in it for a full 4 quarters, but they could obviously take this game into the break within 1 score.
BetTheBoardPodcast.com, BetTheBoardPodcast.com, at Todd Fuhrman. He is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Don't forget, Johnston RV Center still clearing out those 22s to make room for the 23s. You can find them I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, always online, JohnstonRVCenter.com. A lot of people like to eat and take naps tomorrow, Fuhrman. Which of the 2 early games, Bills, Lions, Giants, Cowboys, both at 9.5 right now, which of the 2 do you think will be the better game?
I think the game between the Bills and Lions will be more entertaining, and the reason I say that is because the Lions don't stop anybody, but they at least have an offense that bears watching. And we've seen Buffalo let inferior teams hang around in recent weeks. I know the recipe and track record hasn't been great over the last couple of years for the Lions to be competitive in their traditional Thanksgiving time slot, but I think that game should have plenty of fireworks, fantasy relevance, and you're going to see a lot of big plays. Whereas for the Giants, I think this is where rubber's starting to meet the road. Last week against the Lions, they look like a team that we thought they would probably be most of the season. The Cowboys could potentially be rounding into form. They are dealing with a little bit of a flu outbreak potentially there down in Dallas, but we'll see exactly how they handle the bit of prosperity after that dominant effort against the Vikings last week. But I'd gravitate towards watching Bills-Lions more so than Giants-Cowboys.
Hey, and speaking of which, if let's say Minnesota was off last week and they were coming into this game 8-1, fresh off that Buffalo win, this number would be more in the 6 or 7 range, would it not?
It would be a little bit shorter than that. You'd be talking about it closer to 4. But at the same time, I mean, the Vikings on paper have not exactly been analytics darlings. The public gravitates towards them week in, week out. Professional bettors bet them over their win total, bet them to make the playoffs, but I think the betting market has caught up. New England is one of the more enigmatic teams because they seemingly draw money almost every week. This one, from an X's and O's standpoint, you side with the more experienced coach, the more physical defense here. But New England has a couple of injuries that they'll have to worry about, most notably to their center and David Andrews. And you're not exactly getting a whole lot of value selling Viking stock probably at the bottom of the market. So this was a game, LT, that I would have had earmarked to bet New England plus 3.5 if the Vikings put forth a better showing last week. But under a field goal, the only way that I would tangle here would be teasing New England up through the key numbers of 3, 4, 6, and 7.
All right, go listen to Firm at BetTheBoardPodcast.com. That is BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Follow him on Twitter at Todd Fuhrman, the former odds maker there at Caesar Palace, co-founder of BetTheBoardPodcast.com. Fuhrman, thank you. Enjoy Thanksgiving and Rivalry weekend.
Hey, always a pleasure, gentlemen. Happy Thanksgiving to you, your families, and all the loyal Roundtable listeners out there that tune in every Wednesday when we do this.
Fuhrman, thank you, brother. Take care. Give Fuhrman a T-shirt, somebody, so he'll know the name of the show. Todd Fuhrman with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
How have we not sent Fuhrman new gear?
I thought we did. I lose track of all of our guests who we've sent stuff to or not. Really? I swore we sent stuff to Klatt, and he said he didn't have it.
Man, I'd love to see him out there sporting the TNR gear at one of the sports books one night. Or maybe at one of the fountains.
Standing out in front of Bellagio.
Yeah, not all of them, just one of them.
Just one of them.
A good one, right? So the one Evel Knievel and Bobby Petrino were going to
jump. We answer to the round table name, Dustin.
Sure.
No LOL there. We'll answer anywhere.
Sure.
Especially when we're down at the Floribama. LT is about to tell us about the Floribama. Before that, though, Rockstar cut number 10, Jonathan Mingo. He got asked the same question before yesterday's players' meeting with Lane Kiffin, according to Chris Lowe, about the rumors, saying that he's focused on Mississippi State, that he has not accepted another job yet. I don't know if he used the word yet, but that's the way we're going to say it because at this hour, we still expect Lane Kiffin to be the next coach at Auburn, right?
You know, Lane's an unpredictable guy. I'll just say that. But the signs continue to point towards yes. Nobody's reported it. We certainly are not. But everything points towards yes with Lane. But you always have to leave the caveat that he's a pretty unpredictable guy.
Jonathan Mingo was asked if the Kiffin rumors have been a distraction for him this week leading into the Egg Bowl tomorrow night.
With everything going on right now with the media and the reports about Auburn and things, is that a distraction at all for you guys whatsoever?
No, I think the media just blows stuff out of proportion sometimes. Nobody's been talking about it. It just, people, you might see it on social media, but in the locker room, nobody's even thought about it. So it just mainly the media. It's not in the locker room.
Has Coach Kiffin made any kind of statement to you or any of the players about his future?
No, sir.
Zero.
Nah, we just focus on this game. We take stuff one week at a time. Just everything else outside, no, we don't even discuss that. We just worrying about Mississippi State this week.
Now, again, that interview was before the Chris Lowe ESPN-sourced report yesterday that Kiffin did address all those rumors with the players. But, again, there's another player saying no distraction on their part, which is what you're going to say even if you are distracted.
I mean, what's he going to – yeah, you know, I'll tell you what, we're really distracted.
We're distracted as hell.
Who we're playing –
Thank you for asking. I thank you for bringing it up.
We're
I
playing
have stuff to say.
We're playing Missouri this week, right? No, it's Mississippi. Oh, we haven't watched film. I got no clue who we're playing.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they're not going to say that. No, there's no doubt. I mean, you toe the company line there. The proof will be in the pudding, as they say. Lance will, I think, know if they're distracted or not Thursday night.
Yeah.
They certainly looked that way in Little Rock, or in Fayetteville.
I will agree, and this Lane Kiffin thing is fascinating. It really is. For him to meet with the team and say, "I haven't taken a job."
That's right.
Not that I'm not going to take a job.
That's right. You're not to the point where you'll still be surprised if he's the coach of Auburn on Friday.
No, I am not to the point now.
Okay.
But would you be surprised if he's not the coach at Auburn?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I lean that he is going to be the coach at Auburn now.
I lean that way too,
Yeah.
but nothing with Lane would surprise me. Like if Lane just decided he wanted to stay at Ole Miss, the guy is very unpredictable. So I mean, I don't think
Does he seem like an indecisive guy? Maybe
I don't
for
know.
such a good play caller.
Yeah, I don't know if indecisive. I just think unpredictable. He's an unpredictable play caller.
Yeah.
You give me that.
I bet he orders like I do.
Whatever I get.
Which one should I have? Which one should I have?
Dunaway's doing the thing now where he refuses to order what I ordered, just so he could say.
Well, because I got so many comments, right?
God, your head must be hell.
Same thing. Same thing. He's going to order the same thing I did. So I got so many comments, so I go opposite. I go oppo now, or I order first.
And I order wrong, and I see that just Brown's drooling at his beautiful dish that he ordered, and I had to go against because of the comments.
Like I rushed to the line. We went to a new place the other day. I rushed to beat him and Reed to the front of the line so that I could order anything on the menu, so it wasn't the same thing Brown ordered.
That's sad, man.
And I hated the meal. I hated it.
Yeah, but what did you do? You ordered? No, you didn't say what you're going to order. And I'm like, ooh, boy, I'm going to get that. And Jim's like, that's what I was going to order.
God, it must suck to order like be a shitty orderer all the time.
Orderer.
Yeah, what if that's even a word?
No, I like it.
I feel like 9 out of 10 times I get it right. Now I'm a creature of habit. Once I go a place like walk-ons, the tuna tacos last night, the guy was like, "That's your go-to," and I'm like, every time.
But with Poochie and Woody the other night, I knew what I wanted as soon as I saw it, and I stuck with it all the way through, and I was very happy. Now I did want the mac and cheese on the side that Brown ordered, so I went with some jacked up slaw that ended up being pretty good.
Hey, do y'all have the jacked up slaw?
He didn't order the mac and cheese.
It didn't even look like slaw. Wasn't Woody poking his fork into it nonstop?
Oh, yeah.
He literally said, I wanted the mac and cheese, but her Brown ordered it, and I didn't want him to run out.
Sir, we only have a certain number of
That's
noodles.
right.
And by the way, we met for dinner at 5 o'clock.
Well, that was the only time I could get a reservation.
Well, I'm just saying, there's no way they're going to run out of mac and cheese at 5 o'clock.
That's the Poochie and Woody time. It's 5 o'clock lately as we get into these restaurants. All right, tell us about the great folks there at the Floribama. We are looking forward to, not this weekend, not next weekend, but Army-Navy weekend of being back on the Gulf Coast. I'm looking forward to. You know what I'm hoping for? We get one of those fall days, winter days, that it's 80 degrees down on the Gulf Coast.
There's a good chance. You never know. So 2 weeks from tomorrow, we're going to be heading down, getting ready for Army-Navy. We're going to do our show live on Friday. We're going to do a special abbreviated show from 11:30 till 1 o'clock on Saturday. It's the most famous beach bar in the country, the Floribama Lounge. It's got numerous annual events during the year. Regular guests, they plan schedules around beach concerts, fishing rodeos, chili cook-offs. We've got a new contestant in there, maybe.
Our buddy Brett's here,
marathons and much more. You can check out their schedule. Go to floribama.com. Don't forget, if you show up to meet us on Saturday, free drink for military. They've got cool raffle prizes, and you can watch the game on the big screen in the main room. So really looking forward to that from our friends, Steve, Jennifer, everybody at the Floribama.
Lunsford, is Lunsford back on the mic?
He is.
Yeah, Lunsford.
Oh, welcome back, Lunsford.
Hey, Luns, where'd you go?
Yeah.
Some people work around here.
Welcome back, Lunsford.
Okay, yeah, welcome back, Lunsford.
One of the people that made the trip over to the Floribama back in the summertime when we were there said, planning on coming over for the Army-Navy games, you should do a specially run T-shirt, Who Sings Last, with the Next Round logo.
Yeah, because that's the whole thing with the Army-Navy.
Right.
The winning team sings their alma mater last, for those that don't know.
So Who Sings Last, just in black letters with the Next Round logo and gray T-shirt.
Yeah, and there's a good chance that I'll be singing last because after the game, I might be back on stage.
You might be back on stage?
You never know.
I can't wait till those fly boys see you on stage. They'll take you out back and throw you in the Gulf. All right, looking forward to the Floribama. Cannot wait for those. When we come back, we will do 4 downs and still to come Bryant Vincent, head coach of UAB, and a lot more right here on TNR.
Call the Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
The Alabama Head Injury Foundation strives to improve the quality of life for survivors of traumatic brain injury and for their families. Whether the injury is mild or severe, the life of the injured person and their family is changed forever. The impact can be both emotionally and financially devastating. AHIF provides the information to help clients and families understand the results of injury. AHIF helps access available resources and provides services and programs which meet the unique needs of individuals with traumatic brain injury as well as spinal cord injury in certain programs. Find out how you can help at ahif.org.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online tombeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com. It's time to start thinking about employee holiday gifts. Consider getting your hardworking guys a pair of Red Wing boots. Each day your employees are on the job site helping your company succeed, so reward them with comfort at its best. The Red Wing mobile shoe truck can visit your shop and fit your employees with a great selection of boots. Or Red Wing gift cards can be purchased at your local Red Wing store, available in all amounts. Whichever program you choose, your employees will appreciate the quality, service, and selection from Red Wing shoes, and they'll also be thankful they have such a great boss. Reward your employees this holiday season with Red Wing shoes.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit NextRoundLive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at NextRoundLive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit NextRoundLive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day on our website, nextroundlive.com. The morning rounds give you the top links to the stories you need to see before going to lunch with your buddies. At nextroundlive.com, you can also watch and listen to the show live or download our top podcast and shop in the Next Round store. New arrivals, new downloads, new shows, new contests, all on one website, nextroundlive.com. Make it your homepage, nextroundlive.com.
Four downs in just a second. Our friends at the Pants Store want to remind you that it's a perfect time for you to shop there for the fan in your life. 7 great locations: Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, Hoover, and in Auburn. Pantstore.com. Pantstore.com right there. You can follow them on social media as well. The Pants Store on all the social media platforms. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos, Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And, of course, the special women's fashion to make sure your wife, your girlfriend, your daughter look the best on game day with the great classic logos. It's all at the Pants Store, 7 locations and online at pantstore.com. All right, we will get right to four downs here. LT has those for us. But keep in mind that a couple of soccer events are happening on Friday. Alabama soccer is into the Elite Eight of the NCAA tournament, and they play at home against powerhouse Duke Friday at 6 o'clock over in Tuscaloosa. Pretty big deal for Alabama soccer. 6 o'clock Friday in the Elite Eight as they host Duke, and they go to the Final Four if they win that one. And then the U.S. men's team plays England Friday, 1 o'clock, and that's on Fox. So you've got that happening. And then I keep bringing this up. Don't forget, Thursday night after the Egg Bowl tomorrow night, you've got Alabama playing Michigan State. Tom Izzo's Michigan State. It's one of the marquee pre-conference matchups for Alabama, and it's happening Thanksgiving night after the Egg Bowl right there on ESPN, so don't go to bed. You get Auburn in action this afternoon against Northwestern, 7:30 on the CBS Sports Network. But right now, four downs brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 or 5 great locations now. Look, if you're heading out of town this week for Thanksgiving to go visit relatives or friends, you need to stop into one of those great locations, including the new one in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. 5 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
More total touchdowns this weekend. Robbie Ashford or Mac Jones?
That's tough.
Mac's been struggling.
Yeah, he has. That offense has been struggling, and up until last week, I thought Minnesota had a pretty good defense. Last Sunday, they didn't look that way. I think I'll go Robbie Ashford in this one.
I think I'll go Mac Jones in this
one. You know, I've predicted 31-14 Alabama. I'm already on record on TV with that one, so if I'm going to keep that score, I'll probably got to go back to Mac Jones. So I'll go Mac Jones.
I think I'm going to go Mac Jones as well, but I think it's going to be really, really close.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen anybody switch as quick as you just did there.
Well, I had to remember that I'm already on record for that prediction, so I got to stick with 31-14. So I'll whip back around to Mac Jones.
Yeah, to me, when and if Auburn scores, it'll be Hunter and Bigsby doing it. Could be passes through it. But I'm going to go with Mac Jones.
So it's either going to be a running back or a pass? Is that what you just told us?
It could be Robbie Ashford.
Could be.
But I think it's going to be, I'm going to ride with Tank and Jarquez.
Gotcha, okay.
Second down.
More total touchdowns, Will Rogers or the combination of Dak Prescott and CeeDee Lamb?
I'll go Will Rogers. I think that'll be a high-scoring game. I think Ole Miss and Mississippi State will light it up a little bit, so I'll go Will Rogers.
We'll do this like Twitter. I'll give you 30 seconds to change your mind in case you said something on TV last night that maybe you may want to change your mind.
You literally just said it's either going to be the Tank or Jarquez are going to throw the ball in the end zone.
Yeah.
Really, Jim?
I mean,
it
could be a throw to them to get in the end zone was my point. 5 more seconds to change your tweet.
I'm done. Go.
Okay. I forgot the question.
Don't tell him again. Just move on to third down. If he's going to be a smart aleck, he doesn't deserve second down.
Yeah, I'm going to take Will Rogers.
Yeah, thank you.
Will Rogers is not my answer. I'm going the other way. I'm taking Jackson Dart.
It wasn't even the option. Go, Rockstar.
Third down.
He was thinking so hard about how he was going to burn me.
Hey, I will. If you want to go state right now, I'll go more Will Rogers touchdowns than Jackson Dart.
No. I thought I got a Jackson Dart and somebody else. I thought it was a combination.
Okay, I'm gonna go slowly here.
Yeah, please listen.
More total touchdowns, Josh Allen or Jaden Daniels?
I'll go Josh Allen. That'll be a scoring fest.
It does seem that way. If you're Texas A&M, I don't know about A-Chain yet, Evan Stewart, or just who else. I mean, you may have a lot of people not playing for Texas A&M. I don't know what roster they'll show up with. I'll go with the high-scoring Buffalo-Detroit game as well.
Yeah, I think I'm going to agree with you guys. I think I'm going to go Josh Allen.
I mean, you got people are starting to. I mean, Josh Allen the last 2 games, people are starting to pile on him a little bit. That maybe the reason they've lost these games, he's not playing his game anymore.
The Minnesota game, they did lose because of Josh Allen.
4th down.
Miley Cyrus, 30 years old today. If I asked you better career, Miley Cyrus or Jimbo Fisher?
She's only 30?
Yep.
Jimbo Fisher's won a national championship. Miley Cyrus equivalent of that would be.
I'll tell you what she's got. This is pretty interesting, and I remember this from a trivia question we did. By the way, Odie's Team Trivia will be out there tonight. She is the only artist that has charted under 3 different names.
Hannah Montana.
Yep.
Miley Cyrus.
And then what was the other one?
And just Miley?
Lunsford might know this.
He back there?
Oh, yeah, he doesn't listen half the time. He told me last night.
I think he's been doing some work in the side room there.
He's been cutting spots.
Yeah, I know.
She was on a episode of Black Mirror, and she played a pop star called Ashley O. Yeah.
Ashley O.
There's Lunsford.
And that charted?
And that charted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of a remake of Head Like a Hole from 9 Inch Nails. Did you ever see the episode?
I didn't. I love
really
that
good.
show. Of all the episodes, I don't think I saw that one because of Miley Cyrus. I'm just not interested.
Hey,
I only
got
watched 3 episodes of that, and I saw the Ashley O one, the one where you go and you pedal something you work out every day. What was that one about?
That was another kind of an American Idol. He found a girl that he really liked, so he used all his coins to actually get her to be able to try out for American Idol.
And then the one with the English Prime Minister.
The dude with the pig?
Yeah.
That was a good one. That was actually the first episode.
And all 3 of those were so frightening or just disturbing to me. I could not watch anymore.
The roommate would not watch after the Prime Minister one.
Oh, that's me. You're the one that said it was an amazing show. That's the first one I watched. I was like,
yeah, it's one of those. What was Twilight Zone? Everything's different.
It's a great show. The Black Christmas one is awesome with John Hamm too. I mean, awesome. It's good for the holidays, man.
Bryant Vincent coming up.
I would go Miley Cyrus here. She's worth like $150 million.
Yep.
Jimbo's about to get fired.
I would probably go Miley Cyrus. And that's 4 downs, brought to you by Vulcan Tires.
5 great locations, including the new one in Pell City. Anything you need if you're about to hit the road for the holidays, make sure you get in and see our friends, locally owned and operated. Anything you need from the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more they can handle for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
All right, Bryant Vincent's up next. He's the head coach at UAB. 1 more game to go. Hopefully producing a bowl bid. It's UAB at La Tech, 2:30 CBS Sports Network Saturday, and we talk to the coach next.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com. Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you. Fall weather is the best time to be on the golf course, and Jerry Pate's design at Timberline will not disappoint. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama, 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. You're not average, and the New Balance Birmingham store has the shoes and apparel to perfectly match your unaverage self. If we were all shaped the same and had the same level of fitness, and if we all walked and ran exactly alike, well, then I guess an average shoe store selling average shoes would be just fine. But you deserve better. At the New Balance Birmingham store, our specialists will match you with a custom pair of New Balance shoes that fit you perfectly. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store. Your feet will thank you.
The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round, part of the show being brought to you today by the wonderful folks at Legacy Credit Union. All year long through football season, we've had the opportunity to talk some UAB players and to Bryant Vincent here on the show. It'll continue with basketball season as well because Legacy Credit Union is committed to the folks at UAB, and they've been committed to you for a long time. No matter where you are in life, start building a legacy you can be proud of today. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB.
And Coach Bryant Vincent is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Coach. How are you today?
Doing good today, guys. How we doing?
Doing awesome. Thanks a lot. I know it didn't go the way you wanted at Tiger Stadium, but what kind of experience was that for your players to deal with that type of atmosphere, bigger stadium, SEC team? I mean, what did you take away from that?
I think one of the things is when you're playing an elite team like LSU is, then you've got to raise your level, and we've got to play at an elite level in all 3 phases. And offensively, you know, you've got to be able to match them. You've got to be able to match when they score. You got to score, and you've got to be able to keep your defense off the field. And you can't have the turnovers. You know, that was something that I was proud of. We didn't turn the football over. But we just got to be better on third downs, and we've got to maximize our opportunities defensively. I thought we were physical and we fought, but we've got to get off the field on third downs. You know, they were 6 for 6 in the first half on third downs, and they finished 11 of 13. And you can't do that when you get them into those 3rd and 5 to 6s. To have a shot to pull that off in the fourth quarter, you've got to get them off the field, period. And in the kicking game, you know, I thought we did well in the kicking game. We hit a field goal. We covered kicks and punts extremely well. We had the big kickoff return from Skull to open the game, open our offensive possession after they score. And we were good on extra points. So I thought we did well in the kicking game, but third downs really on both sides of the ball. And we missed some guys that we had open, probably 6, that we've got to make happen. You've got to execute those plays.
You got to get one more win to get bowl eligible. You know this. Everybody in that locker room knows it. But you're 0-5 on the road. I don't want to give your team any rat poison, but you guys are a better team than Louisiana Tech. Vegas shows that. You guys are a big favorite. I know you don't want to hear that. But how do you get your guys mentally prepared to say, I know we're going to be on the road, but we've got to be able to pick one of these games up to extend our postseason life?
I think it really just comes back to really our football program here at UAB as a whole and what we've built here. So you go back to 14, and there's one bowl game in the history of UAB, and then 14 we get bowl eligible, but we don't get a go. So that was a big deal. Then you go to 17 and you've got the second bowl game ever. 18, third bowl game ever, first conference championship, and we win the first bowl game. We got a taste of it in 18. Then we lose to App State in 19, and then you go to 20, guys, and it gets canceled versus South Carolina. 21, BYU. What an opportunity to be the second team in school history to have a bowl win, and we did it. To this year, this team has been a part of those bowl wins and bowl games, and it's important to this program and these players. It's personal in this staff to continue that bowl streak, to continue to get in a bowl game, and we want the opportunity to be the third team ever to win a bowl game in UAB history. So the history and the traditions and things that have been said here is important to this football team. And yes, we have not won a road game, and what an opportunity to complete that task with this football team and get that out of the way also. So it is a big deal to us, and we're on a mission to accomplish a lot of these goals.
I can't imagine how fast this season seems like it's flown by for you. Is that a true statement? Has it seemed like it's been a snap of the finger and we're already here to the final regular season game?
I have. We've had our trials, and our tribulations throughout this year, but it has happened fast. It's been a blast. I've enjoyed every ounce of it, and leading these guys and going to that next fight and going to that next fight and that next war. And just, we're 5-6 right now. We got a game away to win boils, but this season, man, and the lessons and how this team is held together and fought, and the mentality and the belief it's a championship win. Now let's get in a daggum bowl game.
When do you sit down and talk with Mark about the future? Is that something that you have on the calendar right now, or is that something you'll think about after Saturday?
That's something that's happened recently. So, but everything is focused on La Tech. It's focused on La Tech and this team, because this is history, and this right here gets us in a bowl game, and that gets these seniors in a bowl game, and it continues to carry on, still goals that are going to be met and won. And so this is an important game, and there's a lot of history between us and La Tech, guys.
Yeah.
A lot of history and a lot of big games. But think about this. Never beat La Tech in the history of the season until the return in 17. Blocked the field goal. Then you go to 18, we went over there and beat them. Then you go to 19 with Dylan Hopkins as the backup, and he wins it, which helps us win the West. We beat them guys again. Then you go to 20, we go over in COVID, we lose in double overtime on a fumble that they didn't have an instant review on. Then they come back here last year and we beat them up pretty good. So we're 4-5, but we've had some wars, and we know how they feel about us, and we understand. Throw the records out. This is UAB versus La Tech.
Coach Bryant Vincent for a few more moments on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He's presented each week by Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. We talk to the Miller twins each week, and I learned something from them. They said as defensive backs, the offensive coordinator at La Tech likes to stand behind the defense, and they've got to disguise their coverages more. Good scouting, good coaching there. Did you ever do that as a coordinator? They said the only other guy they could remember doing it was Lane Kiffin, that he kind of likes to do that too.
I think everybody's a little bit different. I like to stand behind the offense because of how we call it, and I like to get in the flow of the game where a lot of times I'm just calling it, because when you see the formations from behind, it's like writing defenses up on the board as a football coach. I write them from an offensive perspective.
Right.
And so I got to get in the flow from seeing it from from the back, and that's just how I operate. But no, I'm more focused on the flow and what we're doing and how it's working and what we're setting up and coming to.
The good news is Dwayne has had an incredible year, almost 1,500 rushing yards. The bad news is the NFL will come calling. I think he's got 2 more years, Coach, of eligibility because of COVID. Is this something that you guys will start discussing at the end of the year, best option for him, that kind of stuff?
Yeah, it is. And I think, Lance, as it getting to where it's at in this point in the season, it starts to get closer and closer. We've had conversations really throughout the last couple of years. This hadn't been a season thing. And I can still remember sitting down with Debo, going into 20 and even this summer in June. And Debo's different. He's different. And he was telling me this summer, he goes, Coach, I need to finish this thing. I need 2 more years. And I want to get my degree. There's so many things that people don't know about this kid that are unique and special. And then he's coming out and he's having the year he's having. He's leading the nation in rushing. He's doing all these things right. And to me, if he's a day one, this is just me speaking, because the running back life is, it can be short-lived, you know what I mean? And throughout the NFL. But I believe that if he's a first, second round guy, draft grade, he's got to go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got to go. And if he's a 3rd or 4th round, then he's got a decision to make, because 3rd or 4th usually means 4th or 5th. And running backs right now, the priority in the draft is really seen to be tackles, defensive linemen, an elite skill player, but it's mainly up front on the O-line and D-line and quarterback position. And if you don't have great information, you might not get drafted exactly where you were hoping to. So it's a lot of good decisions to think about. It's a good thing, but it's something that his focus on the team and the next game and the game plan and his body and all those things has just been phenomenal, because a kid can easily get sidetracked. He hasn't. His focus is on this team and this game. And, as a personal deal that he would never tell you, but I know he's 146 away from the rushing record. And that's something he will never talk about, but don't think it ain't in the back of his mind when he takes the field Saturday. That's going to be an important deal, because if he does that, that usually helps us win.
Yeah, well, he needs to be in the back of your mind. You call the plays.
Yeah, that's kind of why I brought it up, but I didn't want to approach it like that.
All right, here's Coach Bryant Vincent. Saturday, 2:30 down in Ruston on CBS Sports Network. It is UAB and La Tech. Coach has been with us all year, and we know you have to carve time out of a busy schedule to do that, Coach. I hope you know how much we appreciate you doing that all season long for us.
You're very welcome. You guys are first class. Your show's first class, and it's been an honor for me to be on it, man. And anything I can do, you let me know, and go Blazers.
Thank you, Coach.
Good
Take
luck,
care.
Coach.
All right,
Coach.
All right, guys.
That's
Thank
Coach
you.
Bryant Vincent with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline each week, courtesy of Legacy.
Okay, Legacy Credit Union brings you that every week, and we appreciate them doing that. The interview with Legacy Credit Union, who you can depend on, and they've been proving that to Birmingham and the UAB community since 1955. That's Legacy Credit Union. Check them out online, legacycreditunion.com.
And we'll pick up, by the way, with Andy Kennedy starting, I think, next week with Coach Kennedy. So we'll take that on into basketball.
And some other stuff.
Yeah.
The reporter in me, because we bounced it around, I was going to follow up and ask him, do you want to share anything about the meeting? Because he said that he and Mark have already had the conversations about next year.
Didn't feel like he wanted to me.
It didn't either, but I felt like I needed to ask him, even though I think he says I don't want to discuss it right now.
Right.
So I did not follow him up.
Okay.
But he did say that he and Mark have discussed next year, is what he said. We've had that conversation.
Yeah. I mean, you can look at this 2 ways. You could say 6-6. This is a credit to what he and Bill Clark and people like that built at UAB. Is a bit of a disappointment if they can get the win. You are going to a bowl game. While 6-6 is a disappointment, to be entirely fair, this is not your normal 6-6 team. Listen to these losses. By a touchdown at Liberty, by 4 at Rice, by a field goal at Western Kentucky, by a touchdown at FAU, and then 41-10 at LSU. At home, 44-38 to UTSA in overtime. I mean, that's a ton of close losses. I mean, they're not like a 6-6 team that's just gotten bombed.
LSU could be a playoff team. Liberty beat Arkansas on the road in Fayetteville. I mean, you can go through some pretty good football teams there.
Yep.
Western Kentucky, we thought could play with Auburn, 17-17 at the half.
And look, again, I'm not trying to jinx them. They're a 17.5-point favorite.
They should win this game.
Yeah, this team has lost 5 of 6 games. Louisiana Tech is going the wrong direction. This it seems to mean more for you, AB.
Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. They are wonderful folks there, and they make you, if you're having a cocktail over the holidays, Redmond Vodka could be the perfect one.
Absolutely. Hey, if you're visiting friends or family, you don't want to go empty-handed. You need to bring something. What about a bottle of Redmond Vodka? Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled and available at your local package, including Pink Package and the Beverage Place, both open all day tomorrow. In ABC stores, pick up a bottle, ask for by name. It's Redmond Vodka.
Yeah, and a final thought coming up, but Nichols Outfitter is also something to keep on mind this holiday season.
It is. Jimmy D. Nichols Outfitters is right there in Pelham off of I-65. They want to remind you their end-of-the-year sale is continuing. Select items 30 to 50% off. If you're looking for a holiday gift for outdoorsmen, take advantage of this opportunity to get something great. 30 to 50% off. Select items now until 2023. You'll find it at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham. Online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Fall is here, and fall means football, but don't forget about your yard. My yard is looking fantastic, and it's all thanks to our friends at Wayne's. Because it's fall, lawns are now in dormancy, and yards of the month are made in the fall during the proper shutdown of the growing season. It is important to get the correct nutrients and pre-emergent in the turf and root system to ensure a weed-free and lush lawn next summer. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit them online, callwaynes.com. And remember, first month is free of the EnviroLawn service from our friends at Wayne's.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA.
Thanksgiving is here, and let the New York Butcher Shop be the place to get all of your holiday meal items. Their premium turkeys are fresh, free-range, and hormone-free. The New York Butcher Shop also has a wide selection of chef-prepared side items to help save you time in the kitchen. Pick up a bottle of wine, and your meal will be complete. Turkeys are selling fast, so place your order today. 2 locations to serve you, in Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Okay, real interesting. People wanting to know in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, what is the password, the code word for Nut Dust to get the Nut Dust delivery for the holiday season? What is it, LT?
Yeah, I'm going to go through this for you real quick. Our friends at Nut Dust have got a great Black Friday sale. It runs through Cyber Monday. Nut Dust, perfect stocking stuffer for the cheeky person in your life. All natural body powder in 4 great scents. Buy one, get 10% off. Buy 2, get 20% off. Buy 3, get 30% off all Nut Dust orders. Make sure you look after your relatives, friends this holiday season. Go to officialnutdust.com to get this great deal. No code needed for that.
No code needed for that at all.
10% off one, two. Buy 2, 20% off. Buy 3 or more, 30% off.
Yeah, that's all with our friends at Nut Dust right there. And don't forget, inside of our store, nextround.store, you can have a nice Black Friday sale as well, Brown.
Oh, Jimmy D, it is buy one, get the next one 50% off. Buy one, get the next one 50% off. No code needed. We'll take care of that. Buy one, get one 50% off. But any order over $80, code word SHIP, and you get free shipping. Any order over $80, use code word SHIP to get free shipping.
We will be at Soho Social a week from Thursday, so make plans to be with us. I think that's December 1st in Homewood, Soho Social. So come hang out with us 5 to 7 that night. Forrester, the Pro Football Focus quarterback ratings. I want to show you for the season, according to Pro Football Focus, who breaks down the film every week, the top-rated quarterbacks. The surprising one on there is going to be Jordan Travis, right there behind Drake May, tied with Hendon Hooker, slightly ahead of Bryce Young and Caleb Williams. Big game, Florida State in Tallahassee this weekend, but Jordan Travis is on the list.
Look, Mike Norvell's done a great job. I mean, they're in the top 15 now, and this was just an awful program for the last, I don't know how long, since Jimbo left them. But Jordan Travis is one of the reasons that they're sitting in the situation they're in right now, sitting at 8-3. I still can't get over Drake May. You know, as amazing as Spencer Rattler was, for Drake May to be that bad against Georgia Tech last week.
That was surprising.
21 touchdowns, 4 picks for Travis. Now, where they really excel is defensively. Florida State's defense is like
old school.
Mickey Andrews level good. Yeah. They have been playing dominant defense this year. I almost put Florida State in my my rivalries.
I had it down below Tennessee.
It just didn't quite get in the top 3 for me, but I am very interested in this game because Norvell seemed to be, especially with Deion Sanders floating around out there, on a little bit of a hot seat this year. He has certainly coached his way off that.
He really has. Shout out to you guys in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. Really good Nut Dust passwords or codes to get discounts. Jay Price says passcode left nut. That would get you a discount. Literally 50% off at that point, right?
That's true. Have off.
Goose says Dusty Bells. Password Dusty Bells. And Lone Soldiers goes strict Dabo on you. Bring your own nuts.
Bring your own nuts.
BYON, boys.
BYON. Bring your own nuts. All right. Thanks for being along for the ride on this Wednesday. It goes without saying, but we'll say it anyway, how thankful we are for all of you. The last 16 months have been special for us, and we hope we bring a little bit of joy and distraction into your world on a daily basis, weekly basis, however often you consume our show, whether you do it live or whether you do it on podcast or downloads. Just we are so thankful for this opportunity, not only the blessings from God, but the blessings we have in this great country of ours and those that you guys provide us. And we hope we are a small blessing for all of you as well. Thank you guys so much. God bless you, and God bless America. Be safe.